You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Mr. Kawe, why should everybody support you as the next political leader of the PNM and by extension the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? Hold on, boss. Hold on. You could talk English?
Yes. Everything is being camera. The BM is not doing nothing for this country. All schools not completed. Look at the potholes. Look at the crime situation. Vote for me, Kawe, for a better country.
This is a song about a man named Kawe from way down in South. This fella called Kawe from way down in South. Kawe is a fella the people talking about. No, he joined the PNM, they love him all the way. But all them in the PNM supporting Kawe. Rolling for Kawe, different for Kawe, strong for Kawe, fire for Kawe. Listen what I say, the whole of the PNM for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Hey. Here you go. Kawe is the real man. Kawe have a plan with foresight and vision to uplift the nation. Everybody calling him by name, and all them in the PNM writing him for fame. Coming for Kawe, Paula for Kawe, Shafa for Kawe, Mali for Kawe. Listen to what I say. The whole PNM women league for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Hey. People up in the beat, all them love Kawe bad. They put wet him in water and run him out of the yard. People up in Lavati, they want a new MP. And Kawe is the man, nobody better than he. Fitzgerald for Kawe, Franklin for Kawe, Dylan for Kawe, Coffee for Kawe. Listen to what I say. PNM executive for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Whee! Why, why? Whee! Even the 1%, all them for Kawe. All them better to afford him on the election day. I will tell you something that will make you born. Even Mr. Samarat for Kawe and all. Rohan for Kawe, Terrence for Kawe, Clarence for Kawe, Cassia for Kawe. Listen what I say. The whole PNM Youth League for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Stand away. Stand away.
Let me say a special hello to all of WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's no other than In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And let me bring in 1/3 of the DAG Triplets. No other than Diana, Waveney, Benskin, McDonald boy.
Hello, everybody. The storm is here. She ain't 100%, but she's here. She'll be here for as long as she can. How's everybody doing? Still in a little bit of pain, but I'm here. How's everybody doing?
Excellent. The storm inside all you. The storm inside. We're waiting for the hurricane. I mean the phantom to come.
Yeah, it's the cold weather.
Yeah,
Cold weather and me ain't doing too good. I need to go home. I need to go to Tobago or Barbados for a little bit.
yeah. You need to go Barbados, boy.
Yeah, I'm actually doing the program from my bed rest.
Uh,
Yeah, the doctor's orders. Yeah.
but the PNM have an internal election coming up soon, right?
Oh Lord. So
And this
that
fella named
for
Kawe,
Kawe.
running. Kawe, you laughing? But
Oh God.
Diana Benskin, this is not a laughing matter.
Wall Street for Kawe.
Oh God, I don't know. I'm I'm have to vote for Kawe too.
MP Hines for Kawe.
That's everybody for Kawe.
That's right.
You know. Oh God.
Imsbert
Them
for
fellas are good in
Kawe.
there, boy.
I'm telling
The
you, and it does have it rhyming good, you know.
yeah,
Imsbert for Kawe. Who
yeah,
else for Kawe?
until the election come up, boy, all of them, the youth league for Kawe.
Oh, for Kawe. Everybody
Oh
for
God.
Kawe.
I wonder who not for Kawe, boy.
Mm-mm-mm.
But only
So,
I have some breaking news tonight, eh?
oh Lord.
I have some breaking news tonight because all you know when you
Yeah.
come in the village,
Well,
we
yeah,
just give you breaking facts.
bust the mark quick, you know, 'cause you
No,
know,
no, no, I
I
ain't busting
can't
it yet.
stay. I can't stay for the whole program, and I want to know what the mark
No,
is. So
no, no.
bust
Well,
it
if you
quick.
understand, well, listen, man.
I go listen, but I want to
Yeah,
know what it is.
yeah, we be busting our mark. We busting our mark
Yeah,
tonight
bust the mark, bust the
because,
mark.
yeah, what we have to do, we have to make sure we get a little bit of, either you make it fact or fiction,
Mm-hmm.
or when you put it out and you leave it out there. And all you, tonight, I want to address Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bissessa to her. I will address you later on to her. I want to address her
Oh
tonight.
Lord, what she do now?
You understand? Because I think we have to start thinking about country. We have to start thinking about country and I find she going down the wrong road. All right? And
She went to the beat 'em yet?
no, she didn't go yet. She sent Victor Roberts. Victor Roberts went though. I'm glad Victor Roberts go, but I think she going on the wrong road, and not because he's the opposition. You have to oppose everything. All right? You don't have to do that. But anyway, let me go into the chat and see who come in first, who come in second, and who come in third. Diana
Fifth.
Benston,
Yeah.
you would not believe for the second night in a row who
Who
was
come in?
first, second, and third.
Fish stick.
Oh God. No, oh, you wasn't here. You wasn't here last. You wasn't here last time.
No.
That's right.
Fish stick.
First, no, it's an N. It's N.
Nadia.
Yeah. Nadia was in.
Nadia? What?
Yes. Nadia was in first, second, and third. She making good.
What?
Yeah.
Nadia
I wonder if I could
bust
get.
her?
I wonder if I get Nadia to vote for Kawe. Oh God, they ramble on the inside, boy. Hello, what? The man called me Wall Street, yes?
We call it?
Wall Street. You drop the T, yes? Tikisha, you inside. Howard C. Prasad, boy. Yeah. Full time. Yeah, we waiting for I don't know if Tommy's in Trinidad. You must be gone by
You're not supposed to say that.
no?
No. You're not
No,
in Trinidad. In
he's going to
Guyana.
Trinidad. He's going to Trinidad.
You're not supposed to say that.
Oh, yeah.
He's supposed to be going. You know if you
Ah.
get there, he's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. What Tikisha says she watching the tricks with the line, teething. Oh God, Tikisha, why? Tikisha put line and teething one behind each other. You know? You think it easy? Tikisha, why you so upset? And Tikisha, line and teething. Tell her we know, you know, what is going on. Something going on with you that we don't know about. That we know, you know. But look, she called Twiggy name too, yes?
No, I see something where Twiggy was going after somebody in Port of Spain,
Yeah, you know
telling
what?
them, yeah,
Yeah, you know what? Let me bring that one up. Where I have that one? All right,
telling them to go from here. I was
oh
like,
yeah, yeah,
what?
yeah. Let me bring that one up. Let me bring that one up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Twiggy's the new mayor of Port of Spain, yes?
Oh,
Twiggy's the new mayor of Port of Spain. Let me see where I have that one. I know I have that one somewhere in here.
but why that person can't be in Port of Spain?
Huh?
Why that person cannot be in Port of Spain?
I don't know. I asked that question if she's the mayor. I don't know. I don't know if she knows. You know what I mean?
Mm-mm-mm.
You know,
Not,
you see people that get upset when you ask these questions. You know, it's just questions you're asking. You know, I think you are entitled to ask certain questions. You know, and people shouldn't get upset because the only way you can get answers is to ask questions. Right?
that guy is a Trinbagonian. He have every right to be in Port of Spain. See how tribal this thing getting now?
Well, it is getting kind of sad that
Mm-hmm.
a person cannot be in Trinidad and Tobago. They could only go certain places. It's like it's even it's okay. Hold on, hold on. No, no, no. We want to start it yet. Hold on. We want to start it yet. We go start it in a minute. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Um, yeah, it's kind of sad when we as people now,
Mm-hmm.
you know, kind of making it a kind of a zone thing now. You know, like the
Mm-hmm.
gang
Mm-hmm.
warfare. We zone
Yep.
it. Here's the video. Here's the
Protestant
video.
no, but you cannot come in protest campaign, but test nothing at all.
What?
PNM want you. PNM spit you out. Rowley don't even want to talk to you. PNM spit you out. I know that, but you can't come in protest so to pay a campaigning, activate, activate. PNM spit you out. PNM spit you out. Rowley didn't talk to you. Rowley don't want nothing to do with you. Rowley don't want nothing to do with you. Yeah, well, I know. That's why I'm dealing with you. That's why I'm dealing with you. That's why I'm dealing with you. Rowley don't want you. Rowley don't want you. Rowley spit you out. I agree with that, but I PNM, and you're not coming and you're targeted. Is you say you're going? I say it's all talking in your face, and you know in your face, you can't get us. I know, you go ahead. You go ahead, is you mad? Who you? You're fighting fast, you come from fighting, you come from the fight of the space. I gotta keep speaking you want it, it's PNM. Mind your business, out of it, stay out with you, get out with you. Like we, my business, but we will. Rolly don't want you. I don't care. You don't stop that. He didn't want none of it. Rolly don't want no part of you. They don't want no part of you. They don't want no part of you. But only not come in and take dead. I did not. Who all here? I say you and your UNC. Who all here? You and your UNC. God. You behave your mouth and pat down and ride out. Wrong. They don't want you. You can't say go as an independent. You can't go as an independent and you can't go as a PNM. Run for something that you're showing up all over the place. Show me what you could do. Show me what you do in your community. You can't come in protest. Show me what you do in your community. I show you. You can't. That's why I show you. Show me what you do in your community. Stay by the court. Show me what you do in your community. Yeah? You ask me a question, what are you doing in my community? You ask me what I'm doing in my community. UNC activist and PNM activist. You're not a PNM activist. You're not a PNM activist. You're not a PNM activist. You're nobody. You're nobody. You're not a PNM activist. You is not a PNM activist. You is not. You are not a PNM activist. You are not a PNM activist.
Hey, but you know, I just realized that's a old video, you know. That's got Christopher, you know. Yeah, that's got Christopher. Yeah. You know, as Keisha, hold on,
But you know, it's sad. It gets so, you know,
Yeah. Mm.
it's
Yeah,
sad.
I mean that shouldn't be, you know what I mean?
And that is
That
exactly what Wilhelm Botha said. You're gonna get tribal and divisive. That's
yeah, that
exactly
shouldn't
what he
be where is
said.
that. But that's a
Mm-mm.
old video, but that shouldn't be where is that.
Mm,
You know, people have to get kind of tribal in their behaviors where
mm,
you telling somebody else
mhm,
they can't come into this area because
mhm.
of whatever reason. So Tikisha, you kind of, you know, you kind of let the crap out of the bag, so to speak. So I don't.
Takesha bust the mark. Keisha,
Yeah,
where's the
Tikisha
mark,
bust the
yo?
mark
Where's the
earlier.
mark?
Bust it early, Tikisha. Fish
Where's the
sticks.
mark? Where's the mark? Where's the mark,
Oh, that mark,
Takesha?
I'd bust it just now. Go bust it, don't bust it. Yeah, go bust it. Hold up. Diana, Dave Rambran, say good night.
Now the fish
Oh,
daddy, fig fella. Good night, Dave.
no, 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 that's not the fig. You're getting is Ramrup is the fig fella. You're getting your house mixed up.
Sorry.
You're getting your house mixed up. Wait
Sorry.
now, wait now, wait now. Nadia, what going on here? You say fish
Mm.
stick high, darling. What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? But what the jail is this? Nah, nah, Nadia. Wait now, boy. Just so.
Mhm.
Diana, you see that?
Mhm.
Nah, boy. Nah, 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 nah. Fish stick.
Mhm.
Fish stick are holding you responsible, partner.
Mhm.
I'm holding you fully responsible. Fully. Right?
Mhm.
Fully responsible. I ain't see. Lana, you're inside. You're inside. Yeah. What tax tonight, boys? What tax tonight? It's all kind of we busting all kind of marketing thing tonight.
Yeah. I see
Yeah, the
a video circulating where there's a Dr. Casey. I was in a store buying stuff
but but
and he
but but,
dropped.
but, but Diana, like you kind of like you like to kiss, yeah, boy.
Mm.
Oh, wait. Let me say something. Eh? All your let me say something, eh? Diana,
Yeah.
this takes me back to when an individual
Mm.
was supposed to be in a room with somebody else.
Mm.
And the same individual was a certain person from the UNC.
Mm.
And they defended that person to say it wasn't that person.
Mm.
So what are we to say? And that individual never came out and said whether that was them or not,
Mm.
right? So can we handle this situation in that same way? Look at it now. So allegedly, this is
Mm.
supposed to be the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. KCR, right? This is
Mm.
allegedly what it's supposed to be. So let's look at it. They eating snacks. Snacks they eating.
Yeah, I try what I do. Yeah, I want to go. Right. Oh, you probably don't try. Huh?
Manda is a man.
So,
Manda is him.
huh?
That is him, man. Yeah, the voice and everything. You know him better than we, Danny.
Well, Diana,
Mm.
I don't want to. I don't want to make a pronouncement,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that if that is Dr. KCR, you should come clean and tell the people, listen, and that's what transparency is all about, eh? And you could bring back some of the trust people have in you because Ansel Rojo called him a liar.
Ooh.
And he had to come out on his Facebook page and defend why he's not a liar. And then Stuart Young had to come and defend him why he's not a liar. That's not a good thing. When you have to get streams of people coming out to defend that you're not a liar, it sends up antennas. So in this situation here, if I was in Dr. Rowdy's position, what I would have done, I would have come out and said, listen, the video is me. I went there, I made a stop. I didn't have my security detail. It was just a pit stop. The person that came in with me was A, B, C, D, E, and be transparent and keep it moving. Now, if you stay silent, they say silent is consent, right? If you stay silent, you are leaving people now to make judgment. But don't forget, the man in room 201 or whatever it was, well, all the fellas in the chat gonna fistic you know. The fella in room 201, he was silent. He didn't say anything, right? But then I know it was in 201, right? I think it's room 201.
It wasn't 201.
You don't know?
Fitzgerald?
No. He was not paying him. He was not paying him. He actually was in this program here once. And he have a program called DP.
Oh shoot.
Right. So all you see me calling nobody name, eh? So they can't say Wall Street call no names, right? But and to me, right, the man who's in charge of DP should be the last one to come out and talk about this. Because you can say people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. That's simple. Right? So
maybe the young lady with him was a security detail. You don't know.
Well, that could be very true too. That could be very, very true too. You know, as a matter of fact, Diana, there was a video when he was going to open another swimming pool up there, Maloney, for them people to drink water and mind their business. You know the next pool up there, and I did see a young lady come out in front as some sort of security detail. But here's my question. My question will be this to the Prime Minister. If you're making a stop in a store, where is your security detail? Because you're the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, I don't know if that's a normal thing that you can just, you know, hop out of a car and just go in a store just so. Secondly, the person in that store have to be the one who leaked that video. Right? Why did that person leak that video? You see? Why did that person leak that video? I mean, maybe the person is a friend of the Dr. KCR. You don't know. So there's a lot of questions here. There's more questions than answers. Right? And some people may say, well, who's that young lady? Right? And these are all legitimate questions. That's why I say to myself, what Dr. KCR have to do is come out and be transparent to the people and tell them, listen, it was me. I went in the store to buy this. The person is A. I stayed in the store for 5 minutes. And the larger question is, why would the store owner release a video like that? You know? I mean, I don't know. What would you say there?
I mean, you know, I for Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, whether you're on duty or off duty, you need to operate slightly different. And perhaps that young lady, I hope, is part of his security detail, and for the store manager to release the video, I mean, that ain't good.
Yeah, that's not
No,
good. That's not a good look.
no, that ain't good.
No, that's not a good look.
Mm,
Hey,
mm,
fish stick, I wouldn't put them comments in the chat with respect to
mm,
that card. I wouldn't put that.
mm,
You know what I mean? Because
mm,
them people and them, you never know. You never know.
mm. Yep.
So I ain't gonna read it for you.
Mm.
Yep. Lana says she reading how Keto say high demand for Venice for prostitution in Vancouver,
Oh Lord.
paparazzi, all that and can't
Oh
stop it.
Lord.
You know, Lana, that's the same thing I said. Why do you talk about something and use the Prime Minister and use in charge of the National Security Council?
A high demand for prostitutes in it.
Why would you make?
Oh my God.
No, yeah, there is. Let me get the article. There is. But why would you make that statement?
And
So none of the Margaret,
why is there a high demand for them anyway? Who's patronizing these women? Y'all Trini men need to quit.
but
Cha.
Diana, if there is a sex ring with Venice, right? Trinidad and Tobago is one of the places, I think is the top 10 in the world in pornography, You know that, right? Somebody Google it and tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm right.
What is something in the callaloo bush they eat it or something? I had them sorry. I guess it's the horny goat weed.
No, something in the Bene Ball. Is the Bene Ball. You know? So
God.
Trinidad and Tobago demand for prostitution fueling illegal immigration. Right? So you see, if you know that, you're supposed to put in means and policies to combat that.
Yep.
Right? You're not supposed to just come and talk about that. You're supposed to have things to say. Listen, you're supposed to come and tell the public of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. These are the things we are doing, right? These are the things we are doing to combat prostitution, prostitutes, and illegal migration in Trinidad and Tobago. You're not supposed to come and say Trinidad and Tobago demand for prostitutes fuel illegal migration. Excuses. You are the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. You're supposed to come up with solution to the problems. That's why you were put there.
They have a market for it, because from prostitution gonna come trafficking, and if I don't know, and that's why so many girls going missing and stuff too. That's another byproduct of prostitution, trafficking, kidnapping. When they can't get the Venezuelan girls to satisfy the market, they start snatching the local girls, and you don't have Lord Father. Oh, handsome, I don't know. I don't know. When is this cabinet getting reshuffled?
What's it getting reshuffled?
Yeah, ain't it supposed to be reshuffled, or they shuffling it quietly and ain't telling you nothing?
Now that'll wait. That'll take it easy. Right?
And when is the midterm going on? Don't they have a midterm too? Or no?
No, they have a local election coming up.
Okay, that's right. When is that happening? When is that happening? And from the local, what are they seeking to gather from the local?
Well, I mean, people are running for local election in order to win. I mean, there's certain I forget what else call it, yes. But somebody in the chat can put up more with respect to the local election. That's a good thing, you know.
When they pick the ombudsman and the councilmen and them, that's what they do? I don't know.
No, not ombudsman. I don't know about ombudsman. You know, I ain't sure about the local election in Trinidad, no? I'm not sure about that one. So somebody in thing could tell you. It talks about here with respect.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I wanted to get some things out of this article. I want to read the whole thing.
Where's Gary? He not here today?
Let me see if he's here. Oh yeah, he's here. I just forget to add him to the stream. Hey Gary, welcome.
Phantom.
Good evening, family. How is everybody doing?
Yeah.
A day for a little bit, as long as I can. Mhm.
Yeah, we were just talking,
How you
Gary,
feeling,
about
Diana?
You know, a day after I'm doing the show from my bed
Right,
rest, you know, doctor's orders.
right.
but wait now. This thing says Trinidad and Tobago demand for prostitute fueling illegal migration. And
Hmm.
when you read the thing, it didn't really have much in here about prostitutes.
They were only driving you to the article. So the
Don't feel bad.
demand
Don't
for
feel bad.
the demand the demand for prostitutes fueling illegal. So that says a lot for Trini women then, that they don't want to go down. They're not going into that craft.
Mm,
That's very good. I'm glad to know.
yeah.
I'm
So
glad to know.
what's the topic right now?
No, we was just first we talked
Going
about
news
we talked about
articles.
Twiggy in Port of Spain. She was telling God Christopher he can't come in certain part of Port of Spain. And then
Was
we
that
That's
talked
an
about
recently?
that's an
the
old
article by
video.
Dr. Rowley.
I think that was I saw something like that over the election time where she was
That was
telling
our
them.
old video. That was our old video.
Yeah, that was election time.
Yeah. And then there's an article that says Rowley Trinidad and Tobago demand for prostitutes fueling illegal immigration. And
Oh yeah,
you know,
I saw that today on the today or yesterday.
yeah, I want to know how come if you was the prime minister, you should be coming up with solutions for that.
Hmm.
You know?
Well, the way I see things operating, if the UNC is the MP there, is them problem. If the PNM operated that, if it's in their constituency, it's their problem.
Hmm.
And there is no uh, understanding that you're the prime minister of all the country of the entire country. I've seen that happen with the emergency situation. When the flood took place and there was the blame and pushing back and everybody throwing words back to each other, they couldn't come together in an emergency situation. I didn't see no unification. With the pandemic too, there was always a back and forth kind of blame, and who better than who. We don't seem to be able to unite.
Now,
So,
now Gary and Diana,
Hmm.
Howard C. Prasad make a statement, eh?
Howard C. Prasad,
He's,
who is he?
yeah, I
In the
mean we've been here
village.
before. He says, Lana, I'm not trying to be funny, but there are more Trinidadians abroad than in Trinidad. You think that's accurate?
No, I don't think
Mm-mm.
so.
Nah.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless I don't think there are millions Trinidadians all over the world. No.
I could. How many
I know we had more
Trinidadians?
Grenadians in Trinidad than they had in
Mm-mm.
Grenada. I
Mm-mm.
know about that
Oh,
one when the invasion took place.
Mm-mm. They're not a million. No, oh no.
yeah. I will tend to think that that's kind of hard in order to make that statement, though.
I mean, we know we have a lot of trainees who went overseas. I mean, over here, and
And
try a thing.
Europe
Some and
and
all over the place.
Canada and
Everybody
yeah.
looking for a better life.
Mm-hmm.
There's no crime in that. You try a
Mm-mm.
little thing to make a few dollars to boost yourself and go back to your country or
Mm-hmm.
get some education. That's why we came out here. I mean, some of us got stuck here longer than we want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I know for myself, I got stuck here longer than I want to be here. But I am trying to work with my people to better our country so that we could all have a better place to live.
To
But
come
So,
back.
so
there's so
yeah,
much pulling and tugging. It's
but here is just a number, right? They said the total population is 1.3 million in 2019. In the United States, they have 223,000. That is in 2013. Even if you say that doubled, so give it 450,000,
Mm-hmm.
right?
what illegal immigrants,
No, no, no,
No,
no.
no, no.
Trinidadian
Trinidadians
immigrants.
is.
Trinidadians.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
who living outside of Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
In Canada, they have about 68,000. In
Mm-hmm.
United Kingdom, they have about 25,000. We can double those numbers, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, let's say United Kingdom has 100,000, and let's say Canada has 140,000, and the United States has 500,000. right? It still is not. It's not more people living outside of Trinidadians living outside of Trinidad than people living in Trinidad. So,
But
I
you
don't
know,
know how it works, but that is a hard one.
relocating, or even going outside to say, well, you're going to take a little course and you're going to go back home. It is not as easy as you think it is. You know, a lot of us get stuck here, like I said, during the process of trying to achieve that you end up staying longer than you want to stay. You know, so a lot of us got stuck out here where we really don't want to be. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate, but
Yeah. So Lana says, I'm supporting any party that can fix TNT and make a better life for citizens. So we have a person here just by the name of R. Good night, R, whoever that is. Right? R, whoever that is. I don't know who R is. And you also hear that the population of Tobago is 60,000, but they have maybe 300,000 Tobagonians living in Trinidad.
Living and working.
You always hear about that.
The current population there, by extension. So that 350,000 go home and vote.
So is it true that most of the people in Tobago came from other parts of the Caribbean?
See that? Say that again?
I hear most of the people from Tobago came from other parts of the Caribbean and settled there.
In Tobago?
I mean, most people from all over parts come to Trinidad.
In the earlier stages, you know, I mean, you know, lots of people that say they're from Tobago, they're originally from another
people
island.
come from all different parts. All parts
of the Caribbean and settled in Tobago. You know, longer before we got independence. I'm talking about way back. You know.
Yeah. They come from all different places. I mean, like in Trinidad, they have all different type of places. Yeah. Don't worry, Lana. Rose go come just now. Now, Gary, we also played a video that's purported to be the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. KCR. But you see,
you're picking on my Prime Minister again, boy. Oh,
what's that?
You're picking on my Prime Minister again. All right, okay, all right. Let me hear you. Go ahead. I'm listening.
And Gary, and it's my understanding that the fellow from DP made a statement about the Prime Minister on the video.
The fellow from where?
The fellow from DP now.
His initials are AR.
Okay, I don't know who he is. Anyway, go ahead. Whoever it is.
DP.
Anyway.
When you mix an Indian and a Negro, what you get? DP.
Oh, okay.
So it is my understanding that DP made a statement with respect to look the video and look Dr. KCR and the outside woman and all kind of thing. But DP was also in a room. I don't remember the room number.
Can you rerun that video? So I can look at it?
Yeah, let me rerun.
All that easy now. All that easy.
No, the man want to rerun the video. I'm gonna rerun the video.
All not easy at all.
I thought I have some better. I think it's I put a call on me.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw that on Facebook where you stop and buying something to eat. Okay, so where's the big deal?
So there are some who are saying that making insinuations from the video that it's an outside woman and all kind of thing like that, right? And to me, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
But what's the evidence to prove that it's the outside woman or
no, basically there's that's what I'm saying then. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Before, to me, and I said, Gary, the Prime Minister should come out and say, listen, transparency and accountability. You, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, you know, if you want to make a stop in our store, you have a right to make a stop in our store. It's just like when he was on the beat. It would have been nice for him to stop when it was on the beat. When he was in Laventille.
Well,
It would have been nice for him to make us stop in the beat. But I just know everything not to make us stop.
right.
Just like this is his paragraph here to make us stop.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
My only question will be, why would the Prime Minister be stopping someplace and you don't have a security detail?
But you don't know if they're outside. You don't know if they're right outside there. I don't think he will go anywhere without the security detail.
But it should go inside with him. You don't know who inside there?
Like I said, you don't know if that young lady is part of his security detail.
Well, yeah, and that's a great point, that the person young lady with him could be part of his security detail. We don't know that. So what I'm saying is that we all could jump to conclusion and make insinuations and try to examine the situation.
But that's typical Trinidad. I mean, but listen, I don't care how much.
But I was concerned with Gary that
he
didn't have a security detail with him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised they're right outside there. I wouldn't be surprised they're right outside there. But like I said, I always said I don't care how much women Dr. Rowley have, long as he do the job that we want him to do. Solomon needed 700, so to do his job accurately. So I have no issue with him how much women he have. I just want him to do the job and take care of the people.
And Gary, there's a new person going to be running for the PNM internal election. His name is Kawe. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't catch that one.
All right, so let me play it for you. I'll get you up to date. Hold on, I'm gonna play it for you.
I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and we ought to get to your boy Inson Ishmael, Gary.
Oh,
hold on. Yeah, so those are there's three things that we talked about, and this one that you didn't know about, but you're gonna learn about it tonight. So hold on. Here we go. I don't know why this thing is.
Why should everybody support you as the next political leader of the PNM and by extension the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago?
Hold
on, boss. Hold on. You could talk English?
Yes. Everything is being camera. The PM is not doing nothing for this country. All your schools not completed. Look at the potholes. Look at crime situation. Vote for me, Kawe, for a better country.
This is a song about a man named Kawe from way down in the south. This fella called Kawe from way down in south. Kawe is a fella the people talking about. No, he joined the PNM, they love it all the way. But all of them in the PNM supporting Kawe. Rolling for Kawe, different for Kawe, struck for Kawe, fire for Kawe. Listen what I say, the whole of the PNM for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo. Hey. Kawe is the real man. Kawe have a plan with foresight and dedication to uplift the nation. Everybody calling him by name, and all of the PNM ranking him for fame. Coming for Kawe, Kola for Kawe, Shaka for Kawe, Mali for Kawe. Listen to what I say, the whole PNM women league for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Just for Kawe. Oh.
Trinidad, you're not easy, boy. Oh, Lord. Have a nice beat to it, though.
The man say everybody for Kawe, boy. All
That's
of
the
them
new Carnival song?
Eh? No,
That's the
I
new
tell you the
Carnival.
new song. They say that song is for the internal election. Kawe going up for PNM internal election, and all them people supporting him. They're supporting Kawe. So let me say hello to Adrian Samuel. Adrian Samuel, what is the link about? Adrian Samuel put a link in the chat. Or let's say hello to Adrian. So yeah, we just the man singing this song. Hey, Bobby Robert, that's not right, eh? Akil Orden comedy program, the Port of Spain Mayor comedy program, the San Fernando Mayor comedy program, Darian Marcel comedy program. So we just get a stream.
No, but I invited Akil back for tonight. I guess he must have been busy taking care of some
Yeah,
stuff.
we invite him back for tonight. No, that fella is a good fella. Look, my partner Cohen. Always say to Cohen Graham. Cohen Graham is my PNM partner. Cohen, welcome, boy. You're back. I like that, Cohen. Cohen is always say to my PNM partner, Cohen.
Welcome, Cohen. Welcome, Cohen.
I wonder if Cohen voting for Kawe too. Cohen, you voting for Kawe in the upcoming election? Let me know, eh? Hey, not cake inside, boy. Hey, highly Watax inside. Hey, look my next partner, boy. The Maurice Horsley, boy. Tabakit in the house, boy. Tabakit. How you going, partner? Tabakit, where they bring you in as a guest, eh? Tabakit, I want you to come in as a guest. Send your information to wzyefm@gmail.com. Send it to our WhatsApp line 973-868-1444. Tabakit, if you come in, get ready to take your licking on. Don't come like them rest of fellas and I'm the car take the licks on and they run out of the village, you know. Yeah. Tabakit, we have people come in the village and run, you know. Gary.
Yeah, man.
I just learned Tabakit knowing it. That people come in the village and they run, you know. Yeah. All remember the Olympics that in the beat Eh? Where that fella sprinting faster than auto bowling out of the beat
Oh boy.
Yeah, Tabakit. Come in, we go come. What Cohen Graham say? Takesha like his handout she want. Who want handout?
Who's that?
Oh, talking about Twiggy?
Oh Lord.
Oh God, don't come and bash Twiggy in here.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Don't come and bash Twiggy.
We have a bot in here. Let me block.
Yeah, take it out. Yeah, when Twiggy is represented for Port of Spain, east or south?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Skake inside. David Sampat, inside.
Daddy fellas plant the fig.
That is ram root. David Sampat, you know they say they just Sampat, yeah? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah, we know it's an old video, but we already talked about that funny God from Overlap until there is an old video, but you know what I mean?
So where's the mark you was gonna bust?
What is that? Where's the mark?
Yeah, you said it was gonna bust a mark.
Lana say, play in the village now, boy. I will play 20 for $10 and some. Play with, play with.
What's 20?
I don't know. Hey, but wait now. Hey, Nadia, I ain't like that, you know. Diana, earlier in the chat, right? Nadia called Fish Stick. He said, hi, darling.
What's wrong with that?
And an hour later, she now come in to say, Wall Street, hi, darling. Where's that one, Diana? Help me with that one now.
It's just as a favorite, darling.
No, but she called Fish Stick first.
She has a favorite, darling.
Okay, all right.
You're slow.
That, huh? You get a
slow.
Fish Stick say you don't even have to talk so funny being called darling. Fish Stick, yeah, right. Yeah, boy. Thanks. I going back to my real voice, yes?
You
Not to
slow, you
Nadia.
blow.
Huh?
You
No, I going
slow,
back to
you
my real
blow.
voice with Nadia. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
have a nice low voice and that's what I get. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
No. I ain't do that. Hey, Troy Smith, you inside, boy. What tax? Only leave today alone, please.
Yeah, Lana, I'm working on getting the system up. Don't worry. I'm hooking up the system to play the music.
What? It looks and sound like him, but he ain't do nothing wrong. Who's that? God? Nah, God ain't do nothing wrong. I ain't think, yeah, God is my partner.
Oh Lord. Mr.
What is that?
Sampat want to know what you say about Mr. Sam. Nobody ain't say about me. It's me. I want to know if you're the fella that's planting the fig.
No. Hey, they do I correct it for you. No. It's not me. Hey, but look for stick say answer is who? Who's that for stick? Annie Roberts? Who's Annie Roberts? Who's Annie Roberts? All right. Lana said it was alleged. It's alleged it was Annie Roberts. Okay. All right. So we could we go to allege on this video we just played it too? I think we could go out and allege, you know. We could go out and allege.
Yeah, we're gonna allege that everybody gonna vote for Kawi.
But yeah. But Howard, all right. You Howard, you really think, boy. I understand that the prime minister sometimes does forget plenty times, yeah? And mother-in-law told me 34 years ago, our liar has no memory. But I doubt very much that he will come out and deny that was him if that was him. I will ask him to stay silent, like how AR stay silent, and it just went away. To me, that's the best thing to do.
Let me give you all the status of the puppy. Okay. Yeah, they gave him a dewormer, and they have to check out, and he has to pass it out through his system. I got the tags and everything for him, and the GPS and the chip is in him and all that. So all goes well. I'll be picking him up either Thursday or Friday this week. So he'll make his debut. If I pick him up on Thursday, you guys will see him on the show Thursday. If not, you'll see him on the show Saturday. Okay?
Okay.
Good.
Hey, but wait now, boy. Look, Vonnie Roberts defending the prime minister, yes? Vonnie Roberts, boy. What? Vonnie said George Chambers never cared to have security personnel. He used to drive himself sometimes. What? Vonnie, boy? Vonnie Roberts defending the prime minister, boy. Ulrich, what's your story, boy? Ulrich,
He run out of green roses to sell.
Ulrich, somebody tell me all your flowers sell out there. They saw the green rose sell out. They said it's the first time in a long time Trinidad get green rose.
And
Green
I
rose,
don't know.
boy.
Ask him about the rooms you renting. He ask me if he need a new ladder or something.
Or the bed and breakfast. Alright, you have any more room for rent in the bed and breakfast? And I want one without a ladder because I fear them bandit. Come on. I want one without a ladder. Because if a bandit had to come, you gotta climb up.
But how you gonna get up in the room, Ansel?
No, when I go up, I'm moving the ladder. So when I get it, I went in the room with the ladder. And when I go inside, I pull in the ladder inside. But I don't think that ladder could fit in the room though. I think that's what it is. Oh God. Oh boy.
When is Mr. Lyder coming on?
I don't know. Again, Gary say 8 o'clock. Ooh, them fellas and them going all kind of thing here, boy. In that chat, boy. Oh God.
Enough Trinidadians to go Venezuela on fishing boat.
Yeah, boy. All kind of thing, boy.
Me go all the time.
Hey, but look, listen to this, boy. Nadia 3 Pumpex. Nadia, one of them named Andy Williams.
Mhm.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I could put a blue color on it before they give him Maljo. Oh God,
Look, Albert Montano, talk about it. Local election is about mayors, chairman, alderman, and councillors. That's all. So when a local election, so I guess the person who wins the most. So how do they elect the mayor?
Mm.
How do you elect the mayor, Albert? Who do they elect the mayor in Port of Spain? For example, you have to win most of the I don't know what they call it, you know.
Mm.
I ain't really know much about that look. Albert, so how do you become mayor? Are the aldermans I think are elected, right? As well as the councillors and the chairman. Yeah. All of them are elected.
Well, let Ulrich call in. I mean, Vonnie or one of them call in and or Montano and tell you the process.
Yeah. So
I think they vote among themselves after they are elected, something like that.
or the government. So wait now, you don't run for a councillor?
You run for the council, but the mayor is elected, I
No,
guess,
I know
with
I know the mayor is elected and alderman is elected.
selected. Yeah, after
So
they choose a mayor, a councillor or alderman to be the mayor.
but Gary, then you have to win like Port of Spain. You have to win if they have I
You have
don't
to
know what
win
they
your
call it.
seat first, I guess. You have to win your seat first. We need somebody, who can really update us
No,
better
but
on
they have
that.
to have districts. If you win the most districts or whatever it is, in order for you to be able to
I don't
select
know.
the mayor.
I don't know the procedure.
No, I really know that procedure myself.
Yeah, we need
I don't
somebody
know.
from one of the parties to come and explain that to us.
So districts say local elects. Okay. So whoever wins the most corporation in Port of Spain, is that what it is? They get to select who the mayor will be. Is that correct? I think that's what it is. I think so.
Oh.
Ulrich say, yes, Miss Diana, you're right. Trini women don't like to talk on the mic.
2 minutes to the top of the hour.
Yeah, or they have a sidebar.
I don't know.
But
Something I
Ansem,
said
you
in
had
the
City
chat.
Fed yesterday, boy.
Oh yeah. We have. I'll show that too. I'll show that. Yeah, of course, folks. It's in
Pandemic
the
done, you
village
know.
with the dark.
Pandemic done in Trinidad, no more pandemic.
Yeah, pandemic going through, man. The black to blue fed boy, black to blue fed the Naparima bowl boy. No cow pens. People masquerading boy. If you see that outfit that woman have on, we go deal with that when we come back. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We'll be right back after this short message. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. You come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Now, Gary, you just brought up that point here. I don't understand something, boy. Sometimes they have to make it make sense, you know. And sometimes they don't. It doesn't make sense. So they had a black to blue fet in Naparima Bowl, right? You hear about it, right, Anna?
Black to blue, somebody getting the tail cut or
No. I don't know. I think yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know what it was, but it just the thing ain't making much sense, man. Hold on, let me see if this thing gonna come up and play. You know, I don't know. Hold on, son. Sometimes this thing is just want to do its own thing. Yeah, it's called Black to Blue.
So if I go and play mass there, I gonna turn blue when I'm done.
Is it? That's not it. That's not it. All right, I gotta try and get it elsewhere. I don't know why it's doing like that, but I'll try and get it. There was a party in Naparima Bowl called Black to Blue,
Mm-hmm.
right? There was no cow pens,
Mm-hmm.
right? And people was having a very, very, very good time. Very good time. And there was some social distancing, some, not a lot, but you ask yourself now, and we're gonna get into that too, right? The cost of those cow pens in the savannah, right? It ain't making much sense, right? I think 6 of the cow pens cost, with a 6 people cow pen is 1,500, and a 9-person cow pen is 2,000, right?
And they got some for 700 and stuff. 5, 7, 15 and 2,100, something like that. I think those are the increments I saw.
Yeah, but it just not making a lot of sense, right? It ain't making sense. Let me get that for you all. I want to get the numbers. Okay, here we go. So the National Carnival Commission has officially released its list of venues and prices for pods and tickets for those willing to have a taste of Carnival this year, right? It says, for example, all the medium and large bands competition scheduled to take place in the Queen's Park Savannah on the February 25th, patrons will have to pay $300 each to enter the grandstand. Right? Now listen to this. The NCC stated that to occupy those pods, it will cost patrons a total of $1,500 for a 6-person pod and $2,100 for a 9-person pod. When it comes to the March Grass Calypso Monarch finals at the Savannah on February 27th, grandstand general patrons should be required to pay $200 each, and grandstand reserve will be at $350 per person. At the North Park, a 6-person pod will cost $1,000 and a 9-person pod $1,400. A list of all these prices and venues can be accessed at www.ncctt.org. So, you know, only make it make sense now, man.
Oh, Jesus.
What did I miss? Did I miss something? What did I miss?
But wait there. The people that went to the savannah, when they shoot them with the tear gas, right? They were spread out a bit, right? They were spread out. They weren't bunched up. You could see that they were spread out. And if they now they can go now and put themselves in these in groups of 9, 10, and stick to this carnival pod thing, right? Where you shoot them people up with tear gas, right? I don't understand the whole thing. I mean, I don't understand it.
No, I really don't get it either.
Nope.
I don't get it, man. But Banana, I think since you, Gary, and I don't live in Trinidad, we don't understand.
I don't understand it.
I don't think we understand the thing.
Because these people, they're coming from wherever they're bouncing through wherever they're catching wherever transportation. Some of them may be driving their own transport. You don't know, right? And they're coming and they're going in an open air. The air is open, right? And they're supposed to be had the juice. They've taken the juice, and the air is open. But people outside the thing have not taken the juice. I don't know. And stay outside there and talk So the air above there, the two airs are going to collide inside the savannah and outside the savannah. So how it become a safe zone up above there now?
I am trying. I'm trying for you to make some sense, and I just can't get it, man. I'm sorry, but you mean you saying that people can go in pods, but the black to blue concept, you don't have to be in a pod.
That too.
But am I missing something? I feel I'm missing something, you know. Let me see if I get this this pod one here.
Wait, but watch now. They can go in pods, but how the schools open back, right? All the schools open back yet, or is just the Form 4 or 5 or 1 to 3? What really open back?
That's a good question too.
What really open back? So you can't put take the children physically back to school and put them in pods too, right? In groups of 5, 6.
No. No pods in school. No.
I don't know.
Why you want the kids to go in pods there?
I don't know. I ain't to put them in pods. I to seat them in small groups of 5 and 6. I ain't to put the people churning in Cowpen, or people like to put them in small groups of 5 and 6, and that they can benefit from the in-person learning. Right? That's what I'm saying. Jesus. Father God, I want you to rest a hand here. Go and just rest a hand on Trinidad and
Tobago. So here it is, Diana. Here it is. Here it is, right? Okay, all right. I'll get that one out so I could get that. Let me remove this one. I delete that, and let me see if I could put that inside of here. This is the one with the pods now in Naparima Bowl, right? We just gotta make it make sense. That is all. Today there was a show today. TTT put on a show today, right? And what's that girl name again, boy?
You figure.
Plain Clothes daughter sang a song today. She says she not going in nothing for carnival because she don't like what happened with the NCC. Here it is now. Here it
I don't want them people. Why? Because I am a different vibes, and you want some different vibes. You have to know. Give me a wheel. Give me a wheel.
Only make it make sense now. Make it make sense now.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Make it make sense now,
Yep,
Diana and Gary. Only make it make sense.
make it.
Say something so we could make it make sense.
But how you can make sense? I mean, make it make sense. It's confusing. The whole thing is confusing.
No, Diana, it's not that it's confusing, Diana. You see, it seemed to me that things are done with ulterior motives in mind. Right? That plotting to me in the savannah is basically a situation to pay some contractor for money that they have lost.
Yep.
To make up for some contractor for the money that they have lost. That what that seems to me. How you can have pods in the savannah, but you have something in Naparima Bowl and you don't have no pods. Don't admit inside, eh? Don't admit inside. I understand that. But you don't have a pod like something inside it. Eh?
Well,
it just seems to be madness.
You living in America, I want to tell people in Trinidad what to do.
What to do?
Yeah,
Yep, that's the first thing they gonna tell you.
You're right, you know. You're absolutely right, you know. You're right.
The first thing they gonna tell
All
you.
of a sudden, the pandemic is not an issue for this gathering. All of a sudden, everything was so dangerous.
Yep.
Maybe they have enough vaccine now. I guess also because of the amount of vaccine they have. I don't know.
But you see what going on. You see what going on here. So the numbers going down, the infection rate going down. There's certain mandate. There's certain mandates, mask mandates that they think. You see how many people losing a job in New York City because they choose not to take it? A woman of a science teacher of 20-something years, she losing her job because she says she not taking anything. And Mayor Adams tell them if they don't take it die their choice. Then they don't have that she choice to be unemployed.
You know, Diana, it's funny that you say that. Diana, it's funny that you say that. That brings me back to something. But before you go, I want to just highly comment, right? Highly says more Trinidadians living outside of Trinidad. And Hailey also says Montreal and Ontario have more Trinidadians than Trinidad. Now, Hailey, are you calling a Trinidadian someone who has Trinidadian parents? Or are you calling a Trinidadian who have Trinbagonians who have migrated from Trinidad and Tobago and went abroad? Right? If you are saying Trinidadians who have Trinidad parents, I will agree with you. But you know what? We're going to Google that. Montreal and Toronto or Ontario has more Trinidadians than Trinidad.
I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it. I can Google it.
Google it.
What is the
Montreal and Ontario has more Trinidadians than Trinidad.
What is the population?
Lana says, right now I want to migrate. Trinidad and Tobago getting more hard and crime overboard. Yeah, boy, crime is easy in Trinidad. Not states say Trinidad, Trinidad by hundreds of thousands in New York and Florida. Nah, it's not hundreds of thousands. Highly up in Canada. Yeah, Highly, you went on protest with the truckers yet? We have video on that one too, you know, them truckers, you know, how they let them do thing up in Canada there, you know. You know that, Highly? You say how they let them do whatever they want up in Canada? You know what that is up there, Highly? You know what I call that? All right. I'll go wait for you to tell me what else call that. You and Albert, I want you and Albert to tell me. What is that? Tell me what that is.
It says as of 2016, that's the last count here, there was 78,965 Trinbagonians living in Canada. In Ontario, they broke it down, 59,560. Quebec, 6,585. Alberta, 5,180. British Columbia, 4,170. Okay.
We go come and take your Canadian passport, yeah?
Manitoba 2,400. So this might have grown since 2016 census.
Double it, Diana, double it,
Okay,
double it.
so double it, you know. 12,
160,000. 160,000.
right.
Double it.
Yep.
Yeah. Eileen,
80,000, yep.
Eileen, we come in
Yeah.
and take your Canadian passport, eh? Right? I'm sending you straight to Venezuela. We're getting you a Venezuelan passport. You're going live and direct. Straight to Venezuela. Right? But for stick, I don't disagree with you that the population number is not true. In Trinidad, I think the population could be 1.5 million. But remember too, people are dying too. You see what people die from the pandemic, right? So if it's 1.3 million, 1.4 million, people born in, that's my word, people born in and people dead in, right? So, you know, that's something
They
you have to look
said
at.
there are more than 223,639 Trinbagonians living in the United States. And this was also 2016. So if you want to double that.
Right. So how what CPASAD want to bet me? Yeah, what you say? Take a census and you will see those who hiding
That's right.
and those who are legal in any foreign country. Bet me and lose your bet. But how we gonna get the people who illegal in order to find out them in Trinidadians? Come on, Howard. You're stronger like the NCC now, you know. How you gonna get the illegal people to come them in order to include them with the legal people? How we gonna do that? Howard, come on, man. Howard, I feel you from Canada too, you know. And I feel you listening to Hailey too much, you know. But wait, Albert Montano, where your numbers? But Hailey, you shifting the goalposts all over the place, you know. Hailey, you going all the way up in Canada to Panama? Use David Rodawat. You're going to Panama. You're going to you highly said now. The whole of Panama is Trinidadians. And some do research now. Oh God, highly. Oh, the whole of Panama go to Trinidadians. Oh God, man. Make it make sense now. I got a sense about them coping up in Canada, you know. Hey, but look, Albert Montano had to say no. Missy. When I worked at Trinidad Hilton, the population of Tobago was 50,000. The MP was Basil Smith and Winchester. But Albert, we want to know how much Trinidadians living in Canada. So, Eileen, tell me how much Trinidadians living in Panama now. What's the population of Panama, Diana? Could you Google that? What's the population of Panama? Tommy, welcome.
Hey, Professor Wall Street. Good evening. Good evening to the Storm and
Good
to the
evening.
Phantom.
What is the population of Panama?
I don't have that answer.
The population of Panama is 3,571,185 as of 2011.
So Hailey, let me go back and read your comment because I don't like to misquote people. Hailey said the whole of Panama is Trinidad. You're good enough. You have to be good.
But even better, he said real Trinidadians in Trinidad is only 100,000.
Hailey said that again?
That's what Hailey said here. Real Trinidadians in Trinidad is about 100,000.
I know the coach of the Soca Warriors, They're looking for some goalpost shifters because they've been losing a lot of games lately. I want to sign you up to play for the Soca Warriors. Seriously. I will sign you up. And you go start. Trust me, the person who leaking that video will be job hunting tomorrow. Oh, no, they are the own is a shop. Oh, good. Fish stick like you have fish stick say Gary TT Phantom, but it has been on DP a lot. So you know, Rowley have twin daughters with another woman in Victoria, Key Tobago. Let me play that let me play that
disclaimer.
That, thing,
That disclaimer, yeah.
yeah, boy. Let me find that quick. Fish stick, you know that partner? Huh? Fish stick, you know that? Okay, let me get it here, boy. Oh, here we go.
And views expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
Fish stick, all in easy, no? Oh, good. Fish stick, boy. Fish stick, I do have that information, no? Yeah, Lana, I agree with you, you know. Who Kito sleep with and make children with is his business. And once he breaking all laws, I agree with that.
Anyway, drink water and mind your business.
Yeah, well, no, drink water, take bamboo and mind your business. You gotta put you take bamboo too, you know.
I drinking you water and burning the bamboo.
It's drink water, take bamboo, and mind your business.
I burning the bamboo. I don't drink the water.
But hear this now. Bonnie, we had to play that ancient video to her. Troy Smith say answer we went to the wrong store. He went to purchase let me do say that. Anyway, I fella call our program today, right? Or TC and heavy program. So I tell the fella, I leave Trinidad in 1977, July 4th, 1977. I came to this country on Independence Day. And I left Chumakak. And when I go back to Chumakak, in the past 40-something years, nothing have improved. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That man called the program and hear what that fella say. He say, I don't know what he calling, but I'm talking about in Lavantil. It are plenty people in Lavantil used to have board house. Now they are concrete house. What did the fella say? The fella say they used to have board house and now they are concrete house. So that is massive improvement for them, and them suggest that should be happy with that. And I say, oh my God. I said, Lord have his mercy. I said, Lord Father, please put a hand. That is your standard, boy, of improvement? To go from a wooden house, a board house, to a concrete house. And that's good. Nah, man, nah. Something got to be wrong.
And a standpipe.
Yeah. A standpipe, yeah.
I wonder if anybody's gonna take my heed to the thing about how Bermuda gets its water. You know, like when they build new HDC houses, do the roofs that way. You know, start with small pockets all over the place, and see if it works. You know, then try it and then implement it slowly and over time. You know, people say, well, it's working. We try we roof that way and capture the water for rainy days. You know, for when days. I don't know.
Diana, remember there's a cost to everything, and HGC houses are built for low income persons. So you would find if there's anything to add to the cost, they would be a little skeptical.
But Tommy, all this setting up tanks to collect the water from this mountain. That is all you're doing.
So the homeowner would have to do that.
But Lana, I want to agree with you. If Trinbagonians don't wake up and demand this government do better, Trinidad and Tobago will go to zero. I agree with that. And when you say, you remember Lana said Trinbagonians, she didn't say PNM or UNC or PDP or ILP or COP or PEP or what is the other one? Diana, the what? The Trinidad and Tobago Democratic Party. That's what it's called themselves. Them, right? All of them. Trinidadians. Right? Because if a man could call a radio program and tell the country for all them people listening on the radio that in a community, people in the community went from a excuse me, from a boardhouse to a wooden house. From a boardhouse to a wooden house. From a boardhouse to a concrete house. And that is improvement. Gary, Diana, and Tommy. Only please debate me and beat me down on that. Beat me down, please, now, begging all you. Please.
Boy, I tell you, because you living in America, you want to tell people what they want to supposed to do in Trinidad, and you feel you're better than somebody to advise somebody.
That's right.
Okay, all right, okay. You know, Gary, I want to agree with that. I want to agree with that sentiment.
Boy,
Diana, what about you, Diana?
I have relatives that tell me I live in over there, mind my business.
Drink water and mind your business now.
No, but you know the best part. You know the biggest part.
I ain't taking no bamboo. I burning the bamboo.
No, no, you taking. It's them telling you that. Drink water. Tommy, help me now. Tommy, come now, man. Tommy, throw me overboard now, boy.
If you drink punch, you go talk your business, so I can't tell you that.
Tommy, disagree with me now, man, that going from a border to a concrete is major improvement. Disagree with me now.
In whose eyes?
No, but you use an intelligent fella too.
Oh, you sure?
I want you to yeah, I'm sure about that. Can you show me that, please? Because I wanted to. I'm trying to find that. That's a major improvement, boy.
It's all relative, and according to who is judging, and based on what the standard is, the answer may be yes, is major improvement.
So you see, exactly, I could agree with that. You see, there you go. I tell you, it was intelligent. You see, I could agree with that.
I lost. You mean you went from a wooden house to a board house?
No, I wouldn't know.
No, I wouldn't have board at the same thing. from a wooden house to a concrete house.
I made the mistake. No, you went from a wooden house to a brick house.
You know,
so you went from a wooden house.
There are scientists who are saying that the scientists saying the wooden house is a much more healthier structure than a concrete structure. I don't know.
No, the concrete structure is an improvement. You went from a board house and you buy some brick and you put up a house now. You get rid of all the board and you put up a concrete house, and that is improvement. That is massive improvement.
But the concrete, but the concrete house they're gonna slap bigger property tax in your tail though.
You sure?
Nah, I ain't worried about that. But I'm just all I'm saying is that the man come and say that is massive improvement. Well, not massive, that is improvement. But he's correct, you know. Tommy, and to your point, right? His level of improvement is very low. His bar is very low. He don't have a high bar for improvement.
Who said that? Who said that?
And live in Sorghum Trace to where they put up the pool, eh? I say, boy, see me? I had to stop commenting on things going on in Trinidad and Tobago. Gary, you are right.
Hello, Jarvis Mark. Welcome. That's the guy we had on here with the police harassing him.
Oh, you know something? Wait now. Nadia say, wait now. Gary, you're not from Trinidad or Trinidad. Gary, Nadia wants to know if you're from Trinidad or Trinidadian.
Or Guyanese.
I asked any question, but Nadia, I missed something there, yes? What?
Gary?
Nah, I'm a wannabe Trinidadian. I'm not Trinidad. I wannabe.
I born in Page. Wait, let me run back up. I born in Page. Alright? Good.
Funny where we get Twiggy. You know Twiggy. We pop up video about Twiggy. If she's in Mayor Port has been Twiggy coming here no more.
This Bajan girl born in Paget. And who ain't like it? That one a business.
That's one of business.
Curtis Montesha, good night.
That one a business. I born in Paget. Good.
Yeah. You know what Tikisha said? All you go ahead. Twiggy is a real woman, you know. All you go ahead. Don't try to bring down Twiggy, no. Don't try that now, all you. All you mess with the Mayor Port of Spain.
Who ain't like it? Lump it.
Lana, any improvement in the mount up toilet situation?
But wait now. Fish stick, you from Paget too?
Nah,
But look at that small world.
Yeah.
But I born in Paget before you though. Long before all of one here. Long before all of them.
Now
When they had
go ahead, Anna.
when they had district hospital. Yeah. My neighbors think Berry and Paget. I is a Trinidadian. This Bajan girl here. Good.
Yeah, dude. Nah, Diana, I think what I fella name Ram. But I fella last name Ram. Because I can't fake thing now. She mixed up your name.
Sorry, Sampak.
Yeah. She told us you trying to come and get she some fig too. She wants some Mokoya fig. She wants Mokoya fig and you're bringing Siki for she.
I want BG plantain. What's wrong with you?
Whoa.
You know that fig Mokoya fig?
I don't want no Mokoya fig. I want BG plantain. Yes, Paris with the BG plantain. What's wrong with you? Good.
It's Moko,
All
not
right.
Mokoya. Moko.
Yeah, tell him,
Yeah.
Gary. He from Chumakak. Tell him, Gary.
And the big one where we banana like what we have it as called it's called the gummy shell.
Oh yeah. Gary boy, yeah boy, correct is right. And Mariel George, welcome. How are you doing, Anne Mariel? How was your day today? I don't get some new friends, you know.
But wait now. And them, I see somebody turn on the pipe and beat them and the water dirty.
Yeah, we post that video.
And Slim, you trying to get Nadia jealous.
Don't call Nadia
No.
Nadia
Come you hear the story? You hear the story?
Nadia calling fish stick darling.
Yeah, 10 minutes into the program, Nadia sent a kind of, you could say a kind of secret message to fish stick, saying about hi fish stick darling.
Hey,
And then
fish
an
stick
hour and a
said
half
it's
later, she
flag.
come in and say, Wall Street darling. An hour and a half later, right? After she done send out the darling to fish stick, she come on and give me a line up darling.
So what is your turn to be darling? Just take a turn and be happy.
No, I get a second class darling.
No, that's your turn.
Good night, Mulligan. Good night, Anderson. Anselm, take water and drink bamboo and mind your business.
No. Drink water, take bamboo and mind your business.
Drink bamboo, take water and mind your business.
You could drink your water in bamboo too, you know.
No, Gary, no, you gotta drink water, take bamboo and mind your business.
But you never see them use bamboo to pipe the water?
Yep, that's what I tell him.
Not just that. But if you're thirsty, you can cut bamboo and get water and drink.
Yeah, but I mean, you can make pipes with bamboo. You know, you go camping, you can use the bamboo to make a lot of things.
You have to know how the internal part of the bamboos have water stored. But you have to be careful you don't drink some dead insect, you know.
Chew it good before you swallow it.
Look,
how many ever drink water on the edge of the Maracas Hill coming down the road and you see water running up and you stop and drink some water, right?
Yeah,
waterfall? Go by the waterfall?
On the edge of the road, they see some water coming down and they
springs.
stop and drink water.
There's springs.
Yeah, we used to drink water up there. We used to walk through the hills. I know, Joe.
If I'm driving and I see water running off the hill, sometimes I used to collect it in bottles, in plastic bottles.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
stop on the
yeah,
side of
yeah,
the road
yeah.
and drink water.
You know how much time I walk over Marcus to Santa Cruz?
And we know how
Not
much dead dog and dead crapper was in that water when we
Aggie,
drink it.
oh God, that Gary Hushner.
No, but once it goes
So
to the
only
earth, it filtered.
Aggie,
right.
me, I ain't drinking no water from running off, so not me.
But you
So
don't know what you
Bunny
get in your
Roberts, I
pipe.
wanna
You don't
But
know
we
what you
wasn't
get in
thinking
your
about
pipe.
that when we drink that water.
Not me. Mm-mm.
I used to fill up
Bunny
my
Dave,
bottle
Roberts.
Dave,
and have that for all day.
David Sampat, you on a ship where in Blue Moon you getting banana to share?
You want Dana come? You want Dana come and ship and share some banana? Dana just got an invitation, girl. I ain't gonna lie now. David was share some banana now with you. David is ripe or green banana.
Hey, watching that they're gonna get ram root vex, you know.
Oh.
No, Ramu ain't come in yet, so he ain't gonna know. Nobody ain't gonna know. You know what I mean? Listen, Bunny Robert, there's a good idea, but you see your last sentence? I know about that. Bunny Robert says, Happy Valentine's Day in advance to all my lovely ladies. Of course, we here at WZYE 95.9 FM want to wish all the lovely ladies, lovely, fantabulous, splendiferous, marvelous ladies that come into the village nightly and are loyal to us here at WZYE 95.9 FM. We had to play a love song for you tonight. No, well, not a love song, a Happy Valentine's Day song. Right? But it had to be no copyright. So somebody,
Yeah, Dave Alcock. You are what love is.
Dave Alcock.
Yeah, that don't have no copyright.
But when that song was 1940?
Never just play the song now, 1970 something.
So here's the second sentence. Why I don't know what Bunny Roberts talking about. You see, I've assigned Wall Street home delivery, all chocolate and roses. You have the signed delivery to all of you, lovely ladies in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. All chocolate and flowers. Don't worry. Bunny Roberts living in Trinidad, so I'm gonna have him deliver it for all of you.
And me and her no Valentine, and I don't want no chocolate and rose. I want diamond and money.
Listen. Bunny Roberts talking about. Well, yeah, use one of the lovely ladies too. All right. Okay.
Hello?
Now I said use one of the lovely ladies too. Albert Montano said the mayor and chairman is elected by the councillors and the alderman. Okay. All right.
Wait. David Sampa out in North China Sea?
Yeah. You out on a boat somewhere in truth, you know. Yeah, you loyal boy, you no joking, you don't know that?
David, you all out in the North China Sea. I wouldn't make it out there. How you know I wouldn't make it out there?
You gotta send a plane for you.
I was in the Barbados Coast Guard, you know. I could survive on a boat, you know.
Yeah.
I would come out there and cook up a curry for all, you know. Watch yourself, you know.
Wow. You're gonna swim out there?
Lana said Black to Blue was free for all COVID-19. Took night off for that fete. Okay. All right. Rose, welcome. Good night, Rose. Rose, where you was, girl? We looking for you, you know.
Hey,
you
Rose.
see any polar bears out there, David? How you get out there, David?
Let me know you get out there.
Semper Fi, that's right. How you get out there, David? You swim out there?
So wait now. Fistrick says, and some local election is just like general election. The citizens go vote for their councillor. And if a UNC councillor win, the corporation belongs to the UNC. So, wait. I understand that, you know, Fistrick. Isn't there a councillor for different areas? There's a councillor for Laventil West. There's a councillor for Port of Spain South, for example. Doesn't most of those councillors have to win that corporation in order for them to elect the mayor? It just can't be one UNC councillor or a PNM councillor, for example, right? I would think it had to be more than one.
Hey, Anthem.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Rose said, good night, Anselm, my handsome friend.
Rose, you get it. Rose, thank you so very kindly. Thank you so very kindly. Hey,
Hey,
Johnny
Ansel,
Roberts,
it's your turn. It's your turn,
Johnny
Ansel.
Roberts, get
Eddie,
insurance for me. Get insurance number for me, and we go invite him.
Eddie, you watching the show?
Well, no, my wife does watch the show later.
Eddie, somebody calling your husband handsome.
But listen, you know what I just say? But listen, I just tell people, I say, listen, my name is Handsome, but you could call me Handsome for short. I just tell them that. And I had people calling me handsome, yes? You know what I mean?
Eddie, a woman selling your husband here love hearts and thing. Eddie, watch it.
No. She's safe. Thanks, Bonnie Roberts. We go send insurance man an invitation. Fishstick says, Miss Diana, maybe DCP Jacob should come out and tell the citizens why give permits to host these carnival events and not to peaceful protesters who followed the health regulation. Hey, one to the march today in San Fernando. One to that match. Hey, Bonnie Roberts and Fishstick and all you. All you go to that match? All you push back once and all you stop?
Get Victor Roberts to report on it.
Huh? When you Roberts, how come all you go to the pushback match today? One more.
David said, Russian and China playing crazy, so Biden got them out there. Careful, I don't want to lose my Indian lover.
Yeah, just now, David said, Mr. Ansem, just now they're gonna start calling people back in Trinidad and Tobago pot people. Oh, I don't mind
Don't get jealous, Richard Ramroop. Richard Ramroop in the chat, the fig man.
You come in?
I don't know.
No.
Don't get jealous, fish stick.
I feel highly and Ellis is brothers, you know. Yeah, I feel so. Or I feel highly might be Ellis in disguise. I feel so.
The alter
ego. Act like he doesn't know that Trinidad government is full of lies. Come on, man. But, I like you doesn't hear when I just say some things, you know. But I don't know.
So where's Mr. Lyder?
Clarice, welcome. Now we have plenty news, man. Aurora says she was picking some pigeon peas in she garden today. I was picking some pigeon peas in my garden today, and it dawned on me that peas pot is the only pot I know. Well, Rose, take some of that peas and go in the cow pen and make a cook up. Or go in the cow pen in the savannah.
Tommy, I get plenty kiss and hearts and love for Valentine, boy.
Yeah,
Nobody ain't send me no heart and kiss and love yet. I say, Lord.
Travis Mark says numbers is only drop when the government have something to do. And as they finish what they're doing, COVID back around on numbers high once more. I'm so tired of everything in Trinidad and Tobago.
I see they propose to pay for the woman's surgery that they clean out with the lye on the inside. They're sending she overseas for reconstructive surgery, the government. Boy, Lord, Trinidad and Tobago. That's why I have a friend, she wants to do, she needs to do knee surgery, but she don't want to do it in Trinidad. She's frightened.
Yeah, but for sticks, the French have two cultures, yeah? There's an English culture and there's a French culture. So there are many in Canada that can speak two languages. Hey, look my partner, Eugene Julian.
Okay, David, I was just, you gotta, I was just messing with you.
Dana, who birthday coming up next?
I don't have the list. I sent it to you.
Don't forget to put all your birthday.
I sent it to you.
To put all your birthday in the chat so we already celebrated Eugene Julian with a fantabulous polka dot jacket, boy. Look like I ain't lying. You look like the tailor make that on him, yes. Yeah. My brother used to be a tailor, you know. Hey, I feel Ulrich make that jacket. Ulrich,
Where is Ron? He will treat me nice for Valentine. Mm.
Akira, good night. Good night, Akira. How are you? Well, yeah, I asked her to put a Valentine's Day song in the thing. I ain't seen nothing. Where Anderson? Akira, where Anderson? Anderson was in there? I you know, real Trinidadians in Trinidad is about 100,000.
Oh Lord.
But Hailey, if they have Trinidadian bird peoples, but look, you know, here comes somebody else, Chris Watson, and some over 110,000 living in Canada, Trinidad nationals. Chris, Google our page and send it to me. Google our page, Chris. Oh God, like you, I feel you Hailey and Ellis's family, you know. I feel so. What do you think, Diana? You think so?
I know.
All right. I think this number you have here right, Chris Watson. You have this number right. 289,000 Trinidad nationals living in America. You have that one correct. Take win on that one. You have that one absolutely correct. I want you to forward that note to Hailey there for me. Forward that to Hailey. Yeah. Funny.
We have a new person in here.
Question.
We have a person here, Lion's Love.
Yeah, he been there. Hey, that makes one of my partner on YouTube, you know. Them fellas them give me ton and copies of boy. Them boy just give me ton, that's too bad, boy. They ain't easy, you know. And you know, Claudia too, you know. Yeah. Claudia is busy. Hey, Albert, Vonnie Roberts wants to know, can a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident travel to Canada unvaccinated? Can a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident travel to Canada unvaccinated?
You have to ask Mr. Trudeau that.
No. Albert don't know that. Now, Chris Watson wants to ask this question. A question we have to ask ourselves: is Trinidad really overpopulated? What's Singapore? Boy, but Chris, that might be a good question. I don't have Venezuelan that are coming to Trinidad before long. All right, look Hailey again. Hailey says, nah, you just don't answer the question when you're wrong. Typical of our old head Trinidadian.
Oh.
Hailey, what question did we answer wrong? All right, we're going to some news just now. We have some more. Hey, what did I forget? Our breaking news, eh?
Break the news quick now.
Yeah.
What time Senator Lyder will come in?
Yeah, Carice, please. Thank you very much, Carice. Tell Chris Watson from that, eh? Chris Watson, Carice says we ain't overpopulated. We're not. We're overpopulated. How big is Singapore? It's a little bigger than Tobago, but it has Trinidad population. What? Look how they shift the goalpost again. Most part of Spain is immigrants, mostly Grenadians and St. Vincent people. What, boy? I don't know that.
You mean Port of Spain?
Most part of Spain.
Oh, yeah. My bad. That's what he meant. Most of Port of Spain. Yeah.
John Legend's song is YouTube.
No.
Copyrighted.
Right. Most of Port of Spain is immigrants, mostly Grenadians and St. Vincent people. They said that about Lavantil too. Most of the people from I don't know. I am neither of those.
Well,
You're
then it
Virgo.
might, if my mother and father is Bajan, then most people from Tunapuna is Bajan too.
No, 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 no. No, I don't think so.
What,
Caris is just
why?
mismanagement of have these people like that. All right, post,
Uh,
let me
uh.
go. I want to play this video here. Let me see if did I put this video in the chat? Hold on, let me see if I get this video. I want to play this video. And because I received direct information on this video, right? Hold on. I think Fishstick sent me this video. And let me see what this one is. I don't know if I uploaded that video. All right. So I'll come back to that one. Let me see this one here.
Over the impending government safe
This is
zones
the scam, the vaccine card scam.
February 17th.
Definitely, it is a blow for the nursing profession. The nursing profession the world over has always been rated as one of the most trusted professions. But one must admit also that, as you rightfully indicated, it was expected to happen. Sadly, very sadly, because of what some of the extraneous variables that was taking place. The push for the safe zones, and then when the Prime Minister placed workers' jobs at risk, you could have only imagined persons would be, and persons were still very adamant that they weren't going to take the vaccine. I mean, those variables, when it combined, it was bound to happen.
Stewart says he hopes that the government reconsiders the expansion of safe zones and the proposed vaccination policy for public sector workers.
This whole following situation, I believe the government has realized that that may have been a mistake to go down that route, and they need to just pull back that. We have not heard any legislation being even contemplated at this point in time, no draft for the labor fraternity to review. So we believe that the government has really reconsidered that. I hope the government, as they have been saying, listening to the science, and the science is now telling, as CDC has recently indicated in their February 3rd press release, that, hey, look, they need to start looking at persons who have recovered from COVID-19. 65 million Americans have recovered from COVID-19, and they need to take that into account in terms of the broader perspective of immunity. Not only don't get immunity from vaccination.
The president of the Registered Nurses Association tells us that many nurses have been approached by individuals willing to pay thousands of dollars for fake vaccination cards. However, he says they have refused to oblige these requests.
Majority of nursing personnel who I have spoken with, and from my colleagues and whatnot, have shunned even the idea, because nearly every single nursing personnel have been approached. Nearly every single healthcare worker has been approached to get some access to the vaccination card. So by and large, the nursing profession has pushed back and rejected even the notion, and very high sums, I must add. I know of certain nursing personnel who are approached by members of the offshore, persons who work in offshore, $5,000 for vaccination cards. And nursing personnel say, no, I'm not getting involved in that. So by and large, they have been rejected that notion of taking bribes.
However, he admits that there is the rare occurrence like this one that he was made aware of, lamenting that it is very difficult to lose one's entire profession over something like this. Nicole M. Romani, TV6 News.
So well, you see what's going on in Trinidad, right? People,
when they follow suit, everything up here. So.
A lot of people already have fake vaccine cards. But listen, all you know, the Prime Minister called out Master Brave Boy one time, right? Did you ever hear that? Listen to this.
It have one under a stone called Master Brave Boy that they feeding under a stone somewhere. Every day she on my case. Every day, but she can't come forward. Because we still have laws in this country working for the UNC. But it's for you, the people, to decide in whose hands you will put this country.
Master Brave Boy, Master Brave Boy, the Prime Minister called your name previously. That not just the other day, earlier. Call your name before that. But he called my name once too,
I wonder if he just called mine.
Yeah, he just call yours too. He don't just tell. He doesn't tell me.
I wonder if he just call. He's calling me that Bajan girl, or he just call me Miss Benskin.
So this we have, when we come back, right? I have to share a video. It involves Gary good friend AR, right, on his program DP, and he's talking about a certain individuals, right? And all you know, I like to do homework. I love to do homework, and I did some homework, and the statement that was made by AR on DP, I have to say, based on my information, I thought he was bending the thing a little bit, just a little bit. He was twisting it a little bit, just a little bit. All right, we go deal with that when we come back. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
So let me get the first video, which is the first video is Inshan Ishmael, and a video that was put out by Inshan Ishmael. I want you guys to listen to this, right? And then the next one we're going to look at is the video put out by Gary Goodfriend AR on DP, right? So I think we have to, I'm gonna make sure this video going on play, because it seemed that something is going wrong when these videos buffering. So all right, here we go. All right, this one go play. All right, this one look like it go work nice. Yeah, nice. Somebody like me. All right, so I want you all to listen to this, and I want to get.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we hearing you. I want to get, it's Gary. I want to get everybody's feedback before. I want to get your feedback on this. Listen to this.
Somebody just called me and tell me that Aisha Wells calling up my name. No, I don't listen to that program because honestly, I don't listen to rubbish or garbage, right? And you keep hearing the same thing over and over. It's like vomit, so you just don't bother. But let me just make this clear. Number one, you see my father and my parents sacrificed to make sure that we were educated so that we could become something in life. My parents didn't start off life by asking for handouts, number one. My parents sent us to school. They did not have to beg for handouts, for school bag, for school books, for somebody to mind the child. They actually took care of us, all 14 of us, without any handouts, without begging for any handouts. Our parents used to take us to school, bicycle, car. My brother used to drop us sometimes. Didn't ask for no government handouts, didn't ask for no a bus grant, no this grant, no free ticket, nothing. Our parents did not go to the government and beg for anybody to get a work. Our parents taught us, here what happening. You want a work, you go there, you're educated enough, you go and get a work. Don't depend on the government to give you a work. So here what happening at Aisha Wells, right? The queen of what God knows what. Here what happening. You see me and the people in Bamboo, we have been here for over 50 years and we have not received leases from your loving government, the same one that has kicked your tail back and forth, and for the last 2 years you was begging like an old horse, right? You, the same person who Rowley and everybody ignored, and you were supposed to be put as this position and that position, and they ignored you. They ignored you. All of them discarded you, and you went and you was promoting UNC, but now all of a sudden you're back with them again. Well, here what's happening. You see the people in Bamboo here, we work hard. And we decided that we are not going to do like some people, sit down on our ass and beg for AGC house for 30 years. No, we're going to get up, we're going to work, we're going to teach our children how to work, we're going to educate them so that they do not have to depend on the government to ask for handouts. Can you say that, Aisha Wells? Can your supporters say that, Aisha Wells? We actually pay water rates here, you know that? We do. We actually pay electricity rates too. We pay taxes. Bamboo, number 2, millions of dollars in VAT, millions of dollars in taxes. And here what happening, you could check that yourself and you will see. So we actually contribute to the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. So here what happening now. Before you bump your gum next time, study. We don't ask for no handouts and wrong tree you're climbing there. Not so. If you chop it, say chop it by yourself.
Why?
So, Tommy, you have any comments?
Bacchanal.
Oi.
Scandal in the place. Bacchanal.
Well, let me make my comment. You see, this is part of the problem that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is what caused a separation between Indians and African people. When you have people painting broad brush, right? Now, to me, Ancient Ismail should have keep this between him and Aisha. But when you're going to say some people sit down on their ass and beg for HGC houses, who are you speaking about?
But he didn't call no race answer him. He didn't call no race.
Gary, did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
Sitting on their ass too. He didn't call no race.
But, Gary, did you hear what I just said? Who is he speaking about when he makes that statement? He says his people don't sit down on their ass. That's what he said. Right? So if they don't sit down on their ass, who sits down on their ass?
He's referring to the people in the Bamboo. I don't think he's speaking to the whole population. He's referring to the
saying
Bamboo people.
They don't sit down on their ass.
He's talking about the people in the Bamboo.
Correct. They don't sit down on the ass, and he's talking about they don't sit down on the ass and ask for HGC houses. So who sit down on the ass and ask for HGC houses?
Well, that between he and Aisha, I don't
know. But Anselm, is he telling the truth, or is it a fact, or is it a lie?
What do you mean with fact? So,
is it a fact?
If they have 1.3 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, and one person sit down on the ass and ask for HGC house. Is that true or is it false?
Who does ask for the HGC house? Indian and Negro, right? And Payo and everybody.
Correct. Everybody does ask for HGC house. Everybody. But you see, that's what I'm saying. He wants to paint a brush. And so no matter to stop that type of behavior. And we should not encourage him in that type of behavior.
Well, he's talking about the people in the Bamboo again, Sam. He's not talking about the general population. He can't talk about the general population.
Gary, let's listen to the video again, Gary.
According to what I hear, the man saying we in the Bamboo, that's what he's talking about. We
Gary,
in the Bamboo.
He said,
so all this all this confusion came about because Inshan complaining that there was no fire hydrant.
Gary, I hear you. And I am not taking any issue with the fire hydrant.
But what I'm saying, the bashing, and now I hear, I listen a bit about Aisha Wells show, right? So Aisha is saying that they built unauthorizedly their business.
But Gary, I am not going into that. I am going to go into them ancillary activities. I am going on what I hear Ancient Ismail says.
Yes, but I'm talking about what I heard on the show.
This type of behavior in Trinidad and Tobago. We have
What
to
I
stop
heard on the
it.
show was about the confusion breakout, about he complaining. They bashing him for complaining about no fire hydrant. Right? And they're saying, this is what she was making on. It was supposed to be agricultural land, and he went and built a commercial business on agricultural land and blaming the government for not putting any fire hydrant there. So basically,
I could ask you if that's true or if it's false.
But also,
wait.
I'm not getting into that.
This is the problem in Trinidad and Tobago. You see, this is what I talk about as the Bajan girl. You all need to stop the foolishness. So they went and they built up the area. If it was swamp, bush, whatever. Whoever built it up, who cares? Everybody benefiting from it. They built it up and then they provided a business. So what? Y'all need to stop. I'm tired of this now.
But
I'm fed up.
Diana, I am not going down that road. I am not going down that road.
Shut up.
I am not going down that road. I am speaking about the language. Language is important. Spoken word is important. I teach that in global business.
And I hear you. And what if Mr. Ishmael, what do we name? Ishmael?
Ishmael.
Well, the number one, look, the talk about building on there should not have come up. The talk about sitting down waiting for HGC houses should have come because everybody just sit down and wait at the ask for HGC houses.
Everybody.
Right? But the issue here is he's speaking about the people in the bamboo, and he's saying them in the bamboo didn't sit down there ask they get up and help themselves.
So Barry, if he's saying they don't sit down and work on this, what does he mean? Or he's just saying, all right, we don't sit down.
They must answer for so you understand what they're doing. The criticism is about the people in the bamboo. Nobody else outside the country right now. The criticism is about from the talk show. What I'm picking up is about the people in the bamboo and how they build up their business on what should have been agricultural land, and they did it without authorization and want to blame the government. So Incham saying that they build up the community there and they cannot get government help to put fire hydrant in the place, right? Aisha is criticizing him for building illegally.
I'm tired.
All right, let's listen to it again.
Shawel's calling up my name. I don't listen to that program because honestly, I don't listen to rubbish or garbage, right? And you keep hearing the same thing over and over. It's like vomit, so you just don't bother. But let me just make this clear. Number one, you see my father and my parents sacrificed to make sure that we were educated so that we could become something in life. My parents didn't start off life by asking for handouts. Number one.
What does that have to do with his
fire? What does that mean, Gary? What the hell does handouts have to do with anything? What?
But
Go ahead,
but in all due respect, Anselm, if his parents started off by not asking for handouts, that's a fact. That's a fact. But what's wrong with that?
Yeah, but how is it relative to the fire?
Diana, it has nothing to do with what we are talking about.
But if he's making a fight, he's making a
statement on how they accomplish what they accomplish.
You see, that is part of the problem.
I don't understand
Diana, that is part of the problem. In that you put these things out there, that could have a lot of other meanings.
What meaning is that?
It depends on how you want to read it, Ansem.
Listen,
depends on how
when you talk about handouts in Trinidad and Tobago, when they speak about handouts in Trinidad and Tobago, who are they speaking about?
Everybody in Trinidad and Tobago, catching in Indian, African, everybody.
When they are speaking about handouts in Trinidad and Tobago, who do they normally put at the front line?
I have no idea. I don't live down there.
Did you check if
I don't live down there.
Is back there?
Yeah,
I don't live down there. To school.
Wait. 1 minute.
They did not have to beg for handouts, for school bag, for school books, for somebody to mind the child. They actually took care of us, all 14 of us, without any handouts, without begging for any handouts.
You hear that again?
Yeah, but he's right, answer.
But
Most of us
Parents
didn't.
don't
Most
take
of
us
us
to
couldn't get no
school.
freeness from the government.
But
Bicycle,
Anselm,
car.
That's true.
Anselm,
But
he's not telling no lie. An Indian woman sent me to school.
Diana,
What the hell is this?
You see?
An Indian woman sent me. I have to answer. What is going on? An Indian woman sent me to school.
That is part of the problem in
What
Trinidad
is
and
the
Tobago.
problem? Listen, my African father ain't mind me. An Indian woman sent me to school. So what is the problem? What's the problem with Ishmael saying?
My African parents mind me.
Well, I have to agree with Ishmael. My African parents, my African father ain't mind me.
That's okay. But that's the problem we have in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the problem.
There is a problem because he's speaking the truth.
What truth? Oh, so you saying black people don't go for handouts, right?
All races. All races.
He ain't called no race up to now, you know.
He ain't called no race. My African
my brother used to drop us sometimes. Didn't ask for no government handouts. Didn't ask for no a bus grant, no this grant, no free ticket, nothing. Our parents did not go to the government and beg for anybody to get a work.
Same here.
Our parents taught us, here what happening. You want a work, you go there, you're educated enough, you go and get a work. Don't depend on the government to give you a work. So here what happening at Aisha Wells, right? The queen of what God knows what. Here what happening. You see me and the people in Bamboo, we have been here for over 50 years and we have not received leases from your loving government, the same one that has kicked your tail back and forth. And for the last 2 years, you was begging like an old horse, right? You, the same person who Rowley and everybody ignored, and you were supposed to be put as this position and that position, and they ignored you. They ignored you. All of them discarded you, and you went and you was promoting UNC, but now all of a sudden you're back with them again. Well, here what happening? You see the people in Bamboo here, we work hard. And we decided that we are not going to do like some people, sit down on our ass and beg for agency hospitals.
Oh, hear that? Distasteful.
Okay, he said some people. He said some, but he's referring to them in the Bamboo.
It's distasteful.
The man is talking about himself in the Bamboo. He ain't talking about nobody else.
Oh,
he's
so
talking
some
about
people in the
himself.
Bamboo sit down. That's what he said. That's what he's relating to, right?
The man is talking about those who build up themselves in the Bamboo. This is how they accomplish things.
We're going to teach
there was no handouts to me to answer.
We're going to educate.
So they really want to accomplish something in Trinidad.
Can you say that, Aisha Wells? Can
They're
you support us?
criticizing them. Aisha Wells criticizing them in the Bamboo.
Can she support us say what handouts? Who's Aisha Wells supporters? Who's Aisha Wells supporters? It's people that look like me. Eh? And we want handouts?
Aisha Wells supporters only people that look like
supporters. Who do they look like?
But Anselm, the man.
Who does Aisha Wells supporters look like?
Anselm.
Can you answer my question? Who does Aisha Wells supporters look like?
Let me answer, and the man talking the truth. The man talking, I don't care. I will call a spade. The man talking the truth. He shouldn't
be begging for a lease either.
He talking the truth. He talking the truth. I Diana begging for.
Why are you begging for something that other people shouldn't be begging for?
He talking the truth.
Look, we have to buy our land.
And
we bought our land.
When we face it, he talking the truth. And then it's where you only have to face it. The Bajan girl say he talking the truth.
My mother didn't go and ask for no handouts. We live in Chumakat, my mother didn't go and beg the government for no job. My mother didn't beg for no handouts.
When my African father mind me, Indian people mind me. So let me talk the truth. Stop.
There's plenty of Chumakat, never beg for no handouts.
When my African father mind me, so Indian people mind me. He talking the truth.
Never beg for no handouts.
I had a parlor. Indian people put me, help me to get the parlor. Let me talk
now. Water rates here, you know that? We do.
I listened to how they were talking about this, and they're talking about because of what he said, stop buying doubles, stop buying their food, stop buying. And the man was talking, they was criticizing them about not having the fire hydrant. He complained
We
about not having
actually
the fire
pay
hydrant.
electricity
That's
rate.
the war about.
Who's the people? Gary, who's the people you talking about?
He's talking
Aisha
about
Wells. Aisha Wells was
Trinbagonians.
criticizing
Aisha
him.
Wells supporters are such people.
Trinbagonians.
He never said Trinbagonians. He said Aisha Wells supporters. I know
Well,
defending Aisha Wells, but I go
she
defend
could.
my people.
Well, she could
I am
have.
going to defend my people. Yes.
She could have.
Who's
She could
I
have.
your
will defend
people?
my
Who's your
people.
people? Who's
She
your
could have.
people?
She could have. She could have.
The poor people that he's talking about.
She could have all kinds of supporters.
That's the people he's talking about.
Is
poor
Aisha
people
Wells
he's
spin
talking
this
about.
thing?
Who does want
Is
handouts?
Aisha
Rich people
Wells
don't want
spin this
handouts.
thing into something that it shouldn't be in?
Anselm,
But he bring it up. He make it.
Anselm, without disclosing how many stranded citizens we help, how many people we provided hampers for here, how many.
That is not the point. That is not the point. That is not the point.
How many people you help with laptops and stuff? So let
That's
me go
not
there.
the point. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Well, you see, that's part of the truth. That's part
I'm not
of the
Listen to me.
listening to that.
Aisha Wells.
I'm not listening to that.
I listened to a little bit of the show, and they try to spin this thing into a racial meaning.
It's not no racial, it's Trinbagonian.
Gary,
all Trinbagonian.
When you are gonna make comments and you said Aisha Wells supporters, you are talking about black poor people.
Did you listen?
You don't know that all
Did
her
you listen
supporters
to
are
how they
all
were carrying
black?
on that Aisha Wells show, and they were spinning this into a racial meaning?
Gary, I don't care to listen to what them say. They could say what they want.
But the man was responding to Aisha Wells' answer.
And until we as a people start to stop that type of behavior, we spinning top in modern Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, but listen to me. There's a lot of things in the country going on that they're trying to spin into racial meaning. Okay?
Who does get handouts? People.
All Trinbagonians.
Why you didn't say that? Why you didn't say that?
But he didn't call a particular race. He didn't call a particular race.
All
He's pitting the people from the bamboo.
Trinbagonians.
He's pitting people from the bamboo against us.
He didn't do that. Aisha Wells did that.
It's a divide and conquer situation.
Aisha Wells did that. He responded to Aisha Wells' bullshit. That is what he responded to.
He didn't have to go down. If she take the low road, he has to go down the low road too.
Respond.
So we must stay quiet all the time.
People under the boat.
So we must stay quiet all the time and take the
And this
If they know we stay quiet. If they know we stay quiet, but if you go low, I go low too. Regardless of who
you have to address people. You have to address people. The more quiet they stay, that's how the abuse continue. The more quiet they
this is
stay,
the
the abuse
problem
continue.
in Trinidad and Tobago. This is why you are not going to see progress. You all continue down this divisive road, and you're not going no way forward. Take it from the Bajan girl.
Diana,
girl.
The man was very specific.
Take
in
it
his
from
words.
the Bajan girl.
Language,
Only ain't going nowhere forward.
is very important.
Continue
Aisha
down
Wells
this
supporters
road.
who spin this into a racial thing, you should listen to the program. I listened to it a little bit. It's Aisha Wells supporters who spin this thing into a racial meaning,
Continue down the road.
Gary, I am only going on what I heard from ancient Ishmael.
Well, okay, but then before you go there, you need to go back and listen to how Aisha Wells supporters spin this thing.
So Gary, if Aisha Wells people say one thing, ancient Ishmael have to come back and retaliate against what Aisha Wells people say. That's what you're saying.
That is what's going on down there between them.
So Aisha Wells supporters talk about handouts against the people in the bamboo. They talk about the people in the bamboo getting handouts.
What the man is saying, they build up themselves by their own bootstrap. Right? And nobody should talk about them. Nobody should talk about them. Nobody should talk about
those people who really need handouts from the government. What's wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but you can't take it so personal. This is the problem. There is a divide in Trinidad and Tobago that is going to destroy Trinidad and Tobago. Y'all need to stop.
Hold on a minute.
Mr. Wall Street.
Yeah.
You should have played Aisha tape the day before. the comments made towards the Indian people, how they are stealing land and so on.
But
You should play that tape. And it is a response to ancient Ishmael response.
But Vonnie Roberts, you see,
you cannot play ancient tape and not play Aisha tape.
Vonnie Roberts, let me say this, you see, that is part of the problem. We go tit for tat. I am not going.
Because no. You should play Aisha tape.
Okay, Damian is ready there. Okay.
To ancient reply.
Okay, so you know what I'll do?
Why are you giving one side?
Okay, let me go. I will go get Aisha tape, and next show we'll play both of them.
You will hear all of callers criticizing the Indian people for thieving and land and so on.
But Vonnie Roberts, that is not.
But that is not right.
That is not what. But that is not my belief. That's not my belief.
No. You cannot say that, boss.
Oh, you mean I cannot say that?
You have to give justice to both sides.
But Vonnie, how you?
Before ancient callers, Aisha callers was very, very vibrant and very critical about Indian people stealing land, agricultural land. And she asked the question, how come they got water approval and TNTech approval?
Vonnie Roberts.
Why you don't pay these things?
Vonnie Roberts.
Why are you repaying ancient remarks?
Vonnie Roberts. What people say, but all right, you know what we can say? All right, this is what I will do. I will go get Aisha tape. I will play Aisha tape, and then I'll play ancient tape. I'll play ancient first.
And get somebody, then you will understand, and you will even understand Kingsley remarks.
We got Senator Damian in the back there waiting.
Listen,
vibrant on how racial.
Vonnie Roberts, I don't agree with some of the things that was said.
You see, you cannot judge somebody from a comment they made, and you didn't listen to the one before.
No, I listen to that program. I listen to Aisha's program.
But then let Diane, Tommy, and Gary on also all the listeners will make their comment. But you are very, very wrong. And I'm being very clear. You can't play one side of a story.
But Vonnie Roberts. Huh? Say that again. Oh, you mean but listen. I will play Aisha's side. There are many things that Aisha's caller side I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. But I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that.
Both sides wrong, you know. There are certain things they may have said.
Good, there we go. You know what? That is exact. And
say, the people of Bamboo is willing to put their own fire hydrant. That was never said in Aisha. She kept on saying they're begging for it.
Vonnie,
they will buy the pipes and everything.
Vonnie,
and put on their own fire hydrant.
We agree on one thing, that there are things that said from both sides that should not have been said.
Somebody living in a territory.
I'm bringing Senator Damian. He has a limited amount of time. He
has
to go. He doesn't have much time.
Houses going up. Houses doing, business going. And the government
we could deal with this afterwards.
Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame? If you are giving agricultural land, like how we do it in Waterfield, right? Eric William give all the land in Waterfield. Only people mining 2 cow and 1 pig and big houses going up.
So Vonnie,
acres of land.
Yeah, listen.
That's been going on so for years.
Yeah, listen. We have Senator Lyder in the call. Call back right after Senator Lyder is finished. All right? Okay, yeah, bye-bye. Let's bring in Senator Lyder.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Good evening, Gary, Diane Medalin, and Wall Street. Oh God, Wall Street.
And Tommy.
Tommy there as well. Tommy, good evening, Tommy.
Good evening to you, Senator.
Good evening to all of you and to all your listeners tonight.
Good evening, Senator.
And I've been sitting in the backstage listening to the brand of fire that just took place there for the last 15, 20 minutes. And you know what is very striking to me? And I don't want to get into what was said between the two parties and so on, right? Because I think if we were to scrutinize everything, you can find fault in all different ways and so on, right? I mean, you could, if you, for example, you're talking about race, East Indian, African, could be somebody, could be a Hindu listening to Inchan and thinking, well, maybe he have a problem with Hindus because he's Muslim. So what I'm trying to say is, it's all up to interpretation. But what is most important to take from this here today is that under this government, this PNM administration, we have seen the greatest amount of divide in race, religion, class. So I don't want to get into the details of what I just heard there, except to say, I am hearing a language that is divisive. A language that brings division to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Where this one saying this, that one saying that, tit for tat. And at the end of the day, we all saying, people saying hurtful things, people saying all kind of things. I'm not going to analyze it. I'm going to say we are divided as a nation. We are divided as a nation. How is it that I could come into the village, sit down with Wall Street from Chumaka, Diana from half Trini, half Bajan, my partner Gary, and me, a Portuguese.
And don't forget Tommy from Marabella.
And Tommy from Marabella. And I's a Portuguese. What you call, let me say it in a nice way, port hound. Not potong. Port hound. Because we Portuguese, we mix up with all kind of things. From the time we come from Madeira, right, the island in the Atlantic, where the North African Moors conquered my forefathers for hundreds of years. As a Portuguese, fair-skinned fella, I have African blood running through my veins. And my daughter have Indian blood running through her veins. So how was we, as a country, Trinidad and Tobago, could be so divided? And when we take the time to sit down and really study where we all come from and how we all mix, plenty of us have all kind of thing in us. African, Indian, Chinese, all kind of thing.
French.
But yet we are divided, and we have to try to understand why are we divided like this. So we took a topic about water in bamboo, and that turned water, fire hydrants, and that turned into race. That turned into African against India. It turned into, why are you on agricultural land? Well, let me tell you this. If you look at the e-tech parks, they're all on agricultural land, you know. All of that land is agricultural land that the e-tech parks that the government has put down there for manufacturers in this country are all agricultural lands. But they found the change of use. They found the time. Governments in the past found the time to get change of use for farmlands. Caroni, for example, not that far from the bamboo, very close to the bamboo. Frederick Settlement, Caroni. Many of you all will know, who listening, will know that there is a license office in Caroni on farmlands, a license office. Just across the road from that is Frederick Settlement, E-Tech Park, farmland. If you go on E-Tech Park, you can find cow running through the manufacturing plant still. And a stone's throw away, you have the bamboo settlement, where for years, as Inchan said, 50 years, people applied their trade and doing business there. And this matter should never result in race. This should be a simple matter that citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are trying and attempting to ply their trade in an honest manner should be given the resources of the state to prosper in our country, where billions of dollars in oil and gas revenue has passed through. Right now, I debated in the last budget, and so ironic, I debated in the last budget some $2.5 million that is going to be spent on fire hydrants in e-tech parks through the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. My warehouse is in an e-tech park. They just routed out all the fire hydrants in the e-tech park and put in brand new fire hydrants for the manufacturers in the e-tech park. This is farmland. But yet, the bamboo, which has existed from time immemorial, can't have fire hydrants, water. Couldn't have that under this government and previous. The problem is not race, Indian, African. The problem is mismanagement of the public purse.
Corruption.
Mismanagement of the public purse. If a man could have made a cut and a piece of dollar from putting some fire hydrant in bamboo, you would have seen fire hydrant go down. But yet we take it to race. And that is the problem we have in Trinidad, sweet TNT. And I am sorry to say, not sorry to say, no, I'm going to say it. In the last 6 years, in this PNM administration, because I don't ever remember it this bad, not under Manning, not under Pandey, not under Kamla Prasad Bisesa, but the division in our country has become so deep, so deeply cut in the last 6 years under this administration. So whether you is a PNM or a UNC or a NJAC or a COP or whatever you are, MSJ, never have I seen our country so divided as we see today. Now let me tell you this. Let me tell you an interesting factor. When you remove the race out of it, you know what you get? You get the THA Tobago. You get people who stood up and said, enough is enough. We are not accepting mediocrity in governance. We are not accepting a level of corruption. We are going to stand up and we are going to vote our conscience. We are going to vote for performance. We are going to vote for accountability, transparency, and good governance. And there was no race in Tobago. And look at the result of that. Yet we in Trinidad, a stone's throw away, once anybody feel vulnerable, the first thing they run to is the race card. Which leads me into the topic of discussion that I wanted to raise tonight with my family from the village. And that is that divisive statement made by the Prime Minister of this country in the Parliament, when he read out some report that he get from Venezuela, so-called he get from Venezuela, talking about prostitution ring in Chaguanas. If this government can't divide you by race, they will divide you by territory, by constituency. They will put constituency against constituency. This Prime Minister stood up in a parliament and read a so-called report from Venezuela. He had to get a Venezuelan report to tell him what's going on in his country. Like he ain't know what's going on in his own country. And to tell the people on Hansard in the parliament, the highest seat of government in the parliament, he came to tell the nation about prostitution ring in Chaguanas. Venezuelan prostitution ring in Chaguanas. I don't know where to laugh, where to cry. I don't know what to say. Where a prime minister will stand up in a parliament and make that statement. You know, if anyone who is semi-conscious, yeah, fallen asleep, you're not in a hospital in a coma. But if you are conscious, in Trinidad and Tobago, there is prostitution throughout the length and breadth of the country. And not just Venezuelan, there is local prostitution, local people. Why? People under pressure. I listened to Douglas Politics tonight, and I heard Senator Roberts speak about a report in a newspaper where landlords are threatening to evict women, local women, and demanding sexual favor for them to stay in. If the women were to actually give the sexual favor, isn't that a form of prostitution? And do you think that those women want to do that? They are forced into doing that. And because they have no opportunities in this country, because the economy is falling apart. People can't get jobs. People can't pay the rent. They can't buy food for their children. And he talk about prostitution in Chaguanas. Well, let me remind him of something. He must know of the prostitution going on in Port of Spain, in Copacabana. But he in pictures with the owner. Police raid that place. Venezuelan, Dominican, Cuban. I'm not making that up. That has been reported on the news. There are stories of foreigners being lured by prostitutes in Diego Martin into guest houses, local prostitutes, and then robbed. There are stories in San Fernando West of brothels in San Fernando West with Venezuelans and all types. Anybody talking about Spanish Harlem? Anybody talking about the brothels that exist in Arima? Why must he single out Chaguanas? But there are brothels and there's prostitution happening through the length and breadth of the country. And where there's locals, you could drive around. You can drive right now in Port of Spain, around certain squares, Murray Street, Woodbrook, a PNM constituency, and find not just local women, but local transvestite man. So before the Prime Minister gets up in a parliament and speaks about prostitution rings in Chaguanas, maybe he should reflect on the situation in the country that may be causing or driving women to prostitution, locals, and then understand why is there all these Venezuelans prostituting in Trinidad? Why? Where does the problem originate from? You all hearing me, guys?
We're listening. Go ahead.
Right. Where does the problem originate from? What? The Venezuelans just appeared in Trinidad one day? They just appeared? They came down from the sky like manna? They came into this country not through our official borders, where our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago were locked out for over a year. Citizens who were robbed of their constitutional right to return to their native land were locked out of the country by a draconian government who could lock our citizens out but couldn't control the porous borders, which saw more than 150,000 illegal immigrants enter our shores. And I didn't make that number up. Some 4 years ago, this was reported that 125,000 were estimated to be in Trinidad. 16,000 were registered. And we could only imagine that from 4 years ago, 125 could have taken us up to 175 to 200,000. Maybe not so now, because plenty of them running back to Venezuela because they prefer to suffer under a dictator Maduro than under this dictator Rowley, where they have no opportunities in this country, so they flee in. But those who came here in desperation. And those who came here didn't come here with jobs waiting for them, factories waiting for them to come and work, farms for them to come and work on. Even when the government had registered the 16,000 Venezuelans that came to be registered, do you think the government even had the foresight to ask questions such as, what is your profession? Are you a doctor? Are you a nurse? Are you a lawyer? Are you an engineer? Are you a farmer? And did the government even take the opportunity, like what Canada would do, or any other right-thinking nation would do, with a right-thinking, so not right-thinking nation, right-thinking government? Because we have plenty right-thinking people in Trinidad. You think they would have had the foresight to say, okay, you are a nurse, you are a doctor, let me see how we could put you into the system. You are a farmer, oh Lord, there's shortages of labor in farming. We could bolster the farming industry by channeling some of the labor. Just like when Canada puts out a request for Trinidadians to come up and farm in Canada. You think we had the foresight, this government had the foresight to channel these 16,000 persons into places that could help build the nation? They register them and throw them on the street. So they were absorbed wherever they could be absorbed, whether they could work in a supermarket, whether they could work in a hardware, or some of them had to resort to prostitution. And those are the 16,000 that were registered. What about the other 150,000 that came through our porous borders? That walked into our country freely while our citizens were locked out, and had to find a way to survive. Some of them, many of them, very good, hard-working people, simply coming to Trinidad to find a way to survive. You know, it's unfortunate what happened to many of these Venezuelans when we see what has happened in Venezuela under the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro. It is very unfortunate, it's heartbreaking when you see children coming in, pregnant mothers braving those rough seas to come into Trinidad, desperate. And many of them are good people just trying to find a living, working however they can work. And many are forced into prostitution, and many go into the life of crime, importing guns, ammunition, drugs. So Rowley, before Rowley makes that kind of a statement in Parliament, he must ask himself the question, how did this thing start? How did the problem come? These Venezuelan women didn't just appear in Chaguanas. They didn't appear in Copacabana. They didn't appear in Sando West. They came in through our porous borders. Now I want to say something about the porous borders now. So Rowley could bust his gum and talk what he want about Chaguanas. We know he's just trying to divide us, continue to divide us. But any right-thinking people will know that that is just him with Mama Guy. Mama Guy to try to distract the citizens of this country to the real problem. And the real problem is our porous borders. Our porous borders that have seen 150 or more thousand illegal immigrants come in. The porous borders that have seen people come in who go to the life of prostitution. Our porous borders that see people come in with guns, ammunition, and drugs. Our porous borders that saw the influx of the Brazilian variant, the Delta variant, that has Trinidad as one of the worst in the world, number one in the world for deaths per capita. Where did the Brazilian variant and the Delta variant come from if our borders were locked down and our citizens were locked out? Where did it come from? And it was the Minister of Health who was on Hansard in the Senate that admitted that the very first person that tested positive for the Brazilian variant was a Venezuelan illegal immigrant. It's on Hansard. I didn't make it up. So we have a situation today where Rowley tries to use tunnel vision to isolate a UNC constituency and say, "Ole are brothel and prostitution," where the whole country overrun with prostitutes, guns, ammunition, murder, and COVID-19. People dying every day. Record numbers. And we talk about race, Indian, African. We talk about Chaguanas versus Port of Spain. Talk about the failure of this government in national security that sees murders skyrocketing in this country today. We ended last year at 450 murders. We are on track for 600 murders this year if this government doesn't get hold of this murder rate. So Rowley mustn't talk about prostitution. He must talk about everything that has come as a result of our porous borders, or that is contributed in a major part by our porous borders. Now I'll say this to you. When the United National Congress demitted office in 2015, Trinidad and Tobago had the best Coast Guard fleet and assets in the entire English-speaking Caribbean. There were 6 Daman vessels, small OPVs, with 6 interceptor vessels on each of them. There was a Chinese vessel. There were more than 16 or 17 interceptor vessels, and more than 8 or 9 pirogues. Well, now it's probably 7, because we now see a pirogue sink in San Fernando, in the Coast Guard base in San Fernando. The one pirogue they had, sink, and there was nobody on duty in the base when that boat sank. And yet we have porous borders. 6 Daman vessels, that could patrol our coast. And then the government comes. Like a silver bullet, they introduced two hostile vessels, costing the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago $600 million. Telling the people and the citizens that, hey, we're getting a grant from Australia, from the Australian government. And when we ask any question in the Senate, when we ask any question outside, we said, how much did the Australian government give us in our grant? Because as you will all agree, a grant is money, gratis, free. Here you go, a grant I've given you. Only to find out it's not a grant, it's a loan. The Australian government was giving loans to any country that was prepared to purchase national security apparatus from any Australian company. Wasn't a grant. They mamagay us. So they pay $600 million for 2 hostile vessels. Now I want you to stick up in there, Wall Street, Gary, Miss Benskin. Oh God, what are you listening to this? No.
And Tommy, yeah.
Tommy from Marabella. Correct, right? Marabella.
Yeah, Marabella.
Right. So why were the 6 diamond vessels never patrolling? You all know why? Do you know why Venezuelan illegal immigrants could have just flown into Trinidad with no problem whatsoever? Because these vessels never patrolled. They were never put in patrol. And why were they not put in patrol? Because the government, this government in 6 years, remember it is this PNM government that in 2015-16 received the 6 diamond vessels that was purchased by the former administration. And they refused to put these vessels into duty.
But Senator Lyder, I will just stick a pin right there, right?
Yeah.
So think about this, right? You know, your leader said that what happened in Trinidad Seas was murder, right? And I find that was very strong, and it was really unwarranted in a situation like that. I don't think as an opposition you have to oppose everything, because this is about country. Trinidad and Tobago have been complaining for years about the freedom of Venezuelans to come into Trinidad by a pirogue, by an illegal boat in the middle of the night, in the morning, and so on and so forth, right? The Coast Guard, for the first time, and the Senator Lyder, the last thing I want is for anyone to die in any situation like that. But I said this before. In global business, they talk about the utilitarian approach. The utilitarian approach tells you that there are consequences for your actions. There is positive consequences and there are negative consequences. When you are going to be involved in an illegal activity, there are consequences for your illegal activity. Those consequences may not result in death, right? However, you know for a fact, when you leave Topeka, whatever the name is, Venezuela, and you put your children's life in jeopardy, that many things can happen on the water. The boat can capsize, you can drown, right? And one of the things also is that the Coast Guard can apprehend you and something can happen. The last thing I, as a person, want, and this is me now, is for anyone to die on the waters. But I believe that this situation that happened, Trinidad is known worldwide now for this situation. But it's the first time the Coast Guard has acted in this situation while Trinidad fishermen were dying left, right, and center. We never had a protest in Trinidad for that. We never make any statements about that. We never asked the Venezuelan president to make any statement. We never asked anything about that. But this one situation that happened, people are saying that the Coast Guard are absolutely wrong. And your leader, Senator Lyder, called it murder. And that was very disappointing.
You know Wall Street. Let me tell you this, eh? In Trinidad, we get American news.
Mm.
And we see stories, whether it's Detroit, Baltimore. Last one I saw was in Baltimore. And we see the news of persons who may be acting illegal, but the level of crime that they were doing was one that was not going to put anybody's life in jeopardy. And we have seen many stories of police officers in the US using excessive force and killing someone, and it didn't warrant it. And we stand up and see crowds of people stating that the police committed murder. I can't tell you the amount of times I've seen that on American television. And I look at the situation, and sometimes I have to agree. Look at this fellow who put the knee on the man's neck, who's now convicted.
But Senator, that's different though. What he did was illegal.
No, but what
How
I'm
is that
saying is,
different? Go ahead.
what I'm saying is,
it's illegal. That was illegal.
The gentleman that I saw, police arrived because there were calls. Whether the man was right, wrong, whatever, I am not judge and jury. But the police officer used excessive force. And there have
Unnecessary
been many
excess force.
situations in the United States of America where there have been police officers, many are great police officers who do hard work and who are shot at and who have to put their life on the line. But there are situations where we've seen police officers use excessive force. There's a situation in Trinidad now where they say a man fall off a chair and they call for excessive force. And the people of Trinidad say it's murder.
But Senator, the difference is this, right? Is that in this country, the police have a history of using excessive force against people of color. There is no history in Trinidad of the Coast Guard shooting at Venezuelan trying to get into Trinidad. That's two different things. There is no history.
I'm not going down the road. Listen, I'm not going down the road of color and race, you know. I go down the road.
But that's what it is. I'm just talking about the man that has put his knee on the neck. The man that put the police that put the knee on the neck. That have to do with the treatment of people of color in this country. That is factual.
Yes. No, but you're missing
and that's a history, and I'm saying that there is no history in Trinidad of the Coast Guard shooting at Venezuelans coming into Trinidad.
You're missing my point. I only use that as one example. There are many situations with excessive force. Forget about race, forget about color, excessive force. Excessive force.
Unwarranted.
I just use an example for you, right? Because that is the most recent one we saw on the television. And we know it had a race behind it and things. But I'm not going down the race. I'm going down the road of excessive force. And we've seen excessive force happen in many situations in the United States of America and throughout the world. And what happened on those high seas there was excessive force. You could tell me a pirogue with a woman and a child was posing a danger to a battleship with with guns, battleship guns. You telling me about a pirogue could cause a problem that would warrant bullets to fly off and kill a woman and child? What threat could they have been under in a little pirogue?
So, Senator, stick a pin right there. We're going to go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us in the village tonight no other than Senator Damian Lyder, no stranger to the village, and a person who we always welcome here in the village on WZYE 95.9 FM. Folks, stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. I just want to add something, Senator, is that I understand the excessive force. I also understand I am not a Coast Guard. I don't know what them guys are going through. But I understand when those guys are in the high waters and trying to protect the borders of Trinidad and Tobago, they don't know what they have in that pirogue, right? They don't know, right? And there will reports that maybe if they have a video or something would be nice. And until that come out.
Exactly.
Right.
There's no evidence, my brother.
Right. So
the only evidence that exists now is that it's a pirogue with some civilians, woman and child.
Well,
and no machine gun, no thing on them boats.
No. All right, no, that's fine. I hear that, but there have been reports that the pirogue was aggressive with they said that they had launched a smaller boat. I'm just telling what the report say. It was in the Guardian.
Oh, good.
It was in the Guardian, right? I'm just telling you what the report said.
And there was also reports that a man fall off a chair.
So all right, so there we go. So we don't know who is accurate, right? All we know though, we know that the activity was illegal. And when you're going to be involved in an illegal activity, for example, if I decide I'm going to take 10 pounds of cocaine, put it in my bag, and go to the United Kingdom. When I get to custom in the United Kingdom, there's a great possibility I'm going to get caught. And once I get caught, I have to suffer whatever the consequences are. No one should die on the high seas.
Yeah, but you don't expect, Anslim, that you go land in UK with the coke, and when them fellas come to get you, they fire 2 bullets in your head.
But wait now. If I try to run away and they tell me stop, whatever happens, right?
Absolutely. But you telling me a little pirogue with no guns, no ammunition, no shots fired, nothing that happened. You telling me that they pose a threat?
But Senator Lyder,
fully armed?
But Senator Lyder, none of us was in that situation. So we can say all kind of things. But because government was in that situation.
So therefore, Anslim, we go end this part here by saying this. Okay. None of we is in that situation. So we are all entitled freely to our opinions.
Correct.
Okay? You are entitled to your opinion. You entitled to your opinion.
Correct.
I'm entitled to your opinion.
Absolutely.
The sad part is there ain't no CCTV camera out there to see what happened. There's no footage to see what happened. We have to take everything we hear on face value and use our level of intelligence and use our right thinking to try to decipher. And the best we could do is then form an opinion. So if one person's opinion is that murder happened and the next person's opinion is that one was defending, that becomes an opinion. And until there is proper evidence to show what has happened, everyone is entitled to their opinion. In the end, the fellow with the knee on the neck, the camera showed it explicitly. And there was no doubt on what happened in that scenario. So we could all say that that was murder.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, we don't have the evidence. We have to take things on face value. It is an international embarrassment to Trinidad and Tobago. Some of us believe it is excessive force. Some of us believe it was murder. Some of us believe it was self-defense. We are all entitled to our opinion. But what we are all entitled to, equally is the right to have national security to every citizen in this country, given the resources that have passed through the governments of Trinidad and Tobago, this government in the past 6 years that have spent billions of dollars, have all the naval assets in the world for Trinidad's borders that can properly secure our borders. Yet we have allowed, you're talking about one situation of one pirogue where one bullet, where one capture. What about the 6, 7, and 8 pirogues that were coming in on a daily basis that passed straight past Tetron? What about when I sit down in Chagaramas and watch during the COVID pandemic when citizens were locked out? And I ain't gonna go back into that whole thing again, because all you know about the citizens being locked out. And when the citizens were locked out, and when citizens who were in Trinidad were locked in to their homes, curfew, couldn't leave. We sitting down in Chagaramas, down the islands, watching Venezuelan fisher boats sailing straight into Trinidad with 15 and 20 people on it. During COVID, during what you call it, curfew, when every citizen was locked into their homes, and not a single boat, local boat, not even a pelican or a seagull dare to fly in Chaguaramas in fear of being fined. You could hear in a very quiet bay Venezuelan boats sailing straight in past Tetron, straight into power boats area in the back there, cruising, pulling up the jetties. And when they arrive at the jetties, no COVID testing, no quarantine. Them fellas are no masks, no immigration, no customs and excise. Them fellas dropping off in Chaguaramas, so-called bringing fish and whatever else. You could have spent $300 US as a Venezuelan to go across to Venezuela for a vacation during the lockdown of our borders, and spend another $300 US to come back with the same boat into Chaguaramas during that time. I know Venezuelan fellas who told me that during Christmas time they were going back to Venezuela. During the lockdown of our borders, they were going back to Venezuela to visit their family, carry money back, and were coming back 300 one way, 300 the next, and sailing past Tetron with all six, what you call it, diamond vessels sitting down parked up. And do you know why, Anselm? Do you know why they were all parked up? Because the government never produced a consistent supply of diesel fuel to run those 6 diamond vessels. And even when they supplied it with diesel, it was for ad hoc missions. So somebody in a SOS out at sea, or they get a call, or they get some information, a drug boat coming, they will go out reactionary. But in terms of patrolling the borders, they could not patrol the borders because they did not have a consistent supply of diesel. And even if they had the access to the diesel, in Chaguaramas, they did not put the infrastructure in place in terms of tanks, fuel tanks, to be able to store sufficient amounts of diesel to be able to supply these boats to patrol our shores efficiently and effectively. So there was no proper diesel tank storage or bunkering, we call bunkering, diesel bunkering in Chaguaramas, and still to this day, they don't have proper diesel bunkering in Chaguaramas to this day. And so they get ad hoc supply of diesel. And then they won't pay any bills for the diesel. So the suppliers were cutting them off. And then they bring 2 more hostile vessels for $600 million. When you already have 6 diamond vessels, which have these very similar engines, similar size, similar requirements of diesel. And they pay $600 million for 2 more of these vessels, hostile vessels. Now, I want you to hear something. Why would you invest $600 million to buy 2 more hostile vessels when you have already 6 diamond OPVs? Same service level agreement required, same amount of staff required, between 20 to 25 crew members per shift, and the same amount of diesel required. Our information is that the staff, the trained staff that could operate the diamond vessel, were just simply dispersed into the Coast Guard, and they were never properly directed towards running these diamond vessels. Secondly, the government stopped the service level agreement on the diamond vessels, so they were sitting down there and they were not being properly serviced with spare parts, etc. Eventually, the government sent them to Suriname to be dry docked and to be repaired, and they are now back in the custody of the Coast Guard, and I understand they are in good condition. But yet now the government thinks that it needs to spend $600 million to bring 2 more hostile vessels that is going to suffer from the same problem, lack of trained staff. Imagine they bought these vessels without even training the staff. And they said that, well, because of COVID, they couldn't send, and the borders were locked. They couldn't send them to Australia to be trained, so they would bring the boats down. And they didn't sail the boats down, eh? They put the boats on top of big tankers and brought them down. To say that they want to train the Coast Guard staff when these boats arrive. So they buy boat before they even have staff that train on it. And they're suffering from the same problem, which is the lack of diesel to be able to operate the same two hostile vessels. And in very much the same way that the lack of diesel could not operate the 6 Daman vessels.
So you're telling me all producing country cannot supply diesel?
Yeah. So y'all remember the video that was going around when there were some fishermen that was looking for a guy who fell overboard, and they found the dead body on a beach in the Southland. And the fishermen made a video, and they calling for the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard telling them they can't come back because they don't have the fuel. I have the video. I could share it with you.
Yeah, I remember seeing it on Facebook.
Yeah, I could share it with you on Wall Street. They didn't have fuel. And then the Prime Minister, when they cut the ribbon in Shagaramas for the 2 hostile vessels, the Prime Minister says, I can sleep good at night now. Well, I'm glad the Prime Minister could sleep good at night because he have special branch protecting him. But the rest of the citizens in the country have to watch the carnage on the street when gangsters kill each other using weapons that have come through our porous borders, spilling the blood of our citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. And it gets me upset when I have to hear a Prime Minister say, I could sleep good at night. I'm happy for him. He could sleep good at night, yes. He behind big gate, special branch. When he run around and he frolic, he have special branch around him. When he playing golf, he has special branch around him. But the average citizen in Trinidad and Tobago don't have that. And that's why men walking up to people in broad daylight in Trinidad, in bars and rum shops, and holding them up gunpoint, taking them money, their phones, walking into business places and kill a security guard. Last week or week before, shoot the man in the back in a jewelry store in Sando. But he could sleep good at night. And then those hostile vessels are not patrolling. Just like how the 6 Daman. I was down the islands this week, and I saw all the boats parked up in Tetron. All. Remember the one who say all parked up. But you know what's very funny, right?
But Senator Lyder, hold that for a minute. Let me get some questions from the chat in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again says, Senator Lyder, question. Does the TNT Coast Guard have regulations on navigation rules and regs? Does the TNT Coast Guard have regulations on navigation rules and regs?
Well, I can't answer that one, Anselm. I can't answer that one.
Okay.
That one above my pay grade.
Another person asks, what about our fishermen? What about fishermen against the Venezuelan with the same boat? What about our fishermen with Venezuelan? Hold on, Let me get in it. I just want to get these questions out of the way. Some people have some questions. Hold on. 1 minute. All right, let me go over here. I got the questions started. Okay. Another person said, why didn't the Venezuelan authorities stop them from leaving?
That's a good question. I agree. 100%. But you see, remember, Venezuela is a complete basket case. Everything is completely broken down in Venezuela. I mean, you are seeing a country that has fallen apart under dictatorship called Maduro. And actually, I want to say, I specifically like that question. Whoever wrote that, whoever sent that question.
Ulrich Murray. Ulrich write that question. Ulrich Murray.
I think Ulrich made a very good point. Why didn't the Venezuelans get stopped by their own persons? That's a very good question. But we have to understand the fact that we have no control over Venezuelan Guardia Nacional. That's what they are called, right? Guardia Nacional. We don't have control over them. Their country, the reason why Venezuelan migrants are coming into Trinidad is because Venezuela is in a state of disrepair. Venezuela's economy has collapsed. People are struggling and suffering there. So it's very reasonable to assume that the resources of Venezuela are not being put to stop them from coming in to Trinidad. But we have a duty to protect our borders. These people could leave and they don't want to come to Trinidad, you know. They could go to Grenada, they could go to Barbados, they could go to Suriname and Guyana. They come into Trinidad. Our problem is not the Guardia Nacional. Our problem is our borders. We have to protect our borders. So it's a very good question he asked, because I would say to you, we have to protect our borders. I can answer for the Guardia Nacional.
But isn't that what the Coast Guard was doing, though? Protecting their borders?
What? Our Coast Guard?
Yeah.
So after close to 200,000 people have walked into our land, you consider that proper protection? After we have guns and ammunition filtering in our streets, that's protection?
Well, at least they started.
Oh, Ansem, are you considering shooting the child, protecting our borders? It was in our best interest to shoot the child?
Well, let me say this, Gary.
Or using the gun?
Gary, other than 3 individuals who was on that boat, according to the news, they were sent back to Venezuela.
Well, listen. Let me put it next way for you, Wall Street.
So it worked then. It worked.
Let me put it this way.
Not killing the people, not killing the baby. But the job of the
hold on a second.
Guard,
so why couldn't they engage them without firing the gun? What was the need? What was the need to fire the gun there?
At the end of the day, the job of the Coast Guard worked because
I want you to say the same. I want you to say the same thing when the police go up in Labantil and shoot up them guys up there. I want you to say the same thing.
No, that's different. That's different.
So Anslim.
Yeah.
So why the Prime Minister stand up now and condemn Shogunas about there being prostitutes? If the Coast Guard working for the last 6 years, why he stand up and talking about Shogunas? Well, first of all, he should be talking about the whole country, because the whole country have Venezuelan immigrants all over it, and the whole country have prostitution all through, whether it's PNM or UNC constituencies, both local and Venezuelan and other Dominican, Cuban, all kind. So why the Prime Minister take the opportunity to say in the last 6 years he stopped the influx of illegal immigrants into the country? No, but he could stand up and say Shogunas is a breeding ground for Venezuelan prostitute though.
Well, Senator Lyder, I have said that it is the government that caused the Venezuelan to decide to come to Trinidad, because when they open up for those that were illegally here in order for them to get a year's work permit or whatever, that was the opening for many other Venezuelans to decide to say, you know, regardless of what it is, I'm going to try to get to Trinidad. But still, even though they try to do that, they're still involved in an illegal activity that there are consequences. And I'm going to keep saying that. And you say, you know, there are consequences for your illegal activity. And the end result is this, is that a 1-year-old baby died and it should never have happened. But 95% of those people was on that pirogue, right, have been repatriated to Venezuela. So the Coast Guard did their job. They did their job. So people can say what they want.
Answer. But they did their job, but they did something that was unnecessary. They could have still contained those people without firing that gun at the boat. There was no need to fire the gun.
Gary.
There was no need to fire that gun.
Gary, again, the death of anyone in the high seas, whether it be Trinidadians or Venezuelans, is unacceptable. But at the end of the day, the Coast Guard did their job, because 99% of the people on the pirogue was repatriated to Venezuela, and the Venezuelan government accepted them.
All right, so let me talk about debt. Now that you bring up the word debt, right?
Wait. Senator Lyder, let me get this last question, another question quick. Senator Lyder,
Yeah,
this is from Fish Sticks. Mr. Lyder, do you know what is the contract signing about between Maduro and Dr. Rowley? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I don't know of any contract that has been signed with them, right? What I do know is that while our borders were locked down, while our citizens were prevented from returning to Trinidad, and maybe a day or two after United States of America declared Nicolas Maduro and his cohort to be narco-terrorists, what I do know is that a plane landed in Port of Spain, in Piaco, and Ms. Delcy Rodriguez, members of PDVSA Oil Company, coming in on a PDVSA airline, arrived to meet with our Prime Minister and several cabinet colleagues. That's what I do know. And the Prime Minister claims he didn't know who was coming with them and all these things. Okay. That's what I do know. But I don't know what document has been signed, so I can't answer that question. But we know there was a clandestine meeting that eventually got exposed and that the Prime Minister couldn't answer properly. That's what I know. But we talk about death. You talk about death, right? And the fact that the job was done and the Venezuelans were repatriated. Let's talk about death. Let's talk about the more than 3,000 citizens of this country that have died with the Brazilian variant and the Delta variant, that arrived into Trinidad through our porous borders. 6.5 years under this administration, and 2.5 years of that under COVID. With our borders closed, it couldn't come inside from the airline. It couldn't come from New York. It couldn't come from Canada. It couldn't come from England. Because nobody was allowed to come back. Y'all were fighting that battle. Gary was fighting that battle, Super Gary. So where it come from? Where the Brazilian variant come from? Where the Delta variant come from? That has ripped through our nation and left more than 3,400 persons in the morgue and 6 foot under today. Many who couldn't even get their open fire. Let's talk about that now. Let's talk about all of those that came through our borders when it was not protected. So you can't come to me now because they do one thing and tell me great is the PNM. They have failed. They have failed miserably at border protection. They have failed miserably at national security. And I'm not going to go down no rabbit hole with Gary Griffith and all this with you today at Wall Street, my brother. I go in with statistics. Murder, mayhem, 450 in 2021. When you turn around twice, we go cross 100 in February.
Lyder, if you want to go with statistics, based on statistical information,
no, you're not taking it down. Listen, you're not carrying me down no rabbit hole with Gary today. I tell you that I have to today.
I carry on no rabbit hole. You said it.
Wall Street. I love you, brother. You're not carrying me down no rabbit hole today, Gary. Me and you went blow for blow with this in the last 3 seconds. Today we talking about the failure of national security. We're not going down no Gary Griffith rabbit hole today. You're not carrying me down there. I love you, but I love it that much.
But you said about statistics and Gary.
No, I said I'm talking about statistics today. Murder, mayhem. When you turn wrong twice, we will have 100 dead before February done.
So you want to talk about statistics? All right. So let me talk about statistics.
No rabbit hole today.
How much people have the Coast Guard killed on the seas? How many Venezuelans? have the Coast Guard killed on the seas of Trinidad and Tobago, trying to come to Trinidad illegally?
Let me turn the question another way. How much citizens have been killed by the lack of protection of our borders by the Coast Guard and by extension national security? How many? Because the Brazilian variant and the Delta variant came inside and slaughtered us.
And the illegal guns coming through.
Don't come Johnny come lately with the Coast Guard and play. You go come and defend Coast Guard. Yeah?
Senator Lyder, I like how you swim the goal force.
Listen.
Yeah, that's why me and you good though. That's why me and you good though. I like how you swim that goal post. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, swim your goal post. Go ahead.
Listen, we laughing, eh? We laughing. And we gonna laugh because it's us we chatting. But it's a serious matter.
But it's a serious matter, but serious matter and you shifting the goal post. I ask you a simple question.
And you know something?
Statistics. How many people have the Coast Guard of, how many Venezuelans have the Coast Guard of Trinidad and Tobago killed on Trinidad waters?
Do you know this? Do you know something? Do you know something, Ansley? I do not even want to attack the Coast Guard. Let me tell you why.
I'm glad to hear that.
No, listen. I don't support what they did with that wife and child. I don't support that at all. That was
absolutely no need. That the firing that gun was not warranted at all.
That was excessive force, and I am entitled to my opinion on that one. Okay, you can have your opinion. I am entitled to my opinion. That was excessive force, but I want to say overall, we cannot sum the Coast Guard up in one incident.
Thank you.
We have to look at the overall picture.
Thank you.
And the fact that this government, this People's National Movement government, has failed to equip the Coast Guard with the necessary resources to properly utilize the assets that they have in their possession.
But they finally did, and they acted.
No, they have not, because that boat that went out there was another ad hoc. That was another ad hoc mission. That was not patrolling. They weren't patrolling and like, hey, we stumbled upon a pirogue. They knew that pirogue was coming in. They went after that pirogue. I am speaking about patrolling our shores. The purpose of the 2 hostile vessels and the purpose of the 6 Daman vessels, 2 of which are utility vessels, so those are parked up, but the other 4 are to be operational. The purpose of those 4 Daman vessels and the 2 hostile is to patrol the shores of Trinidad and Tobago and to ensure that if they come across any craft or illegal activity on the high seas, they are able to react immediately, not ad hoc. They still do not have the fuel. They still do not have the bunkering for the diesel down in Tetron. They don't have it. I'm telling you. So they do not have the resources necessary to properly patrol our shores. That was an ad hoc mission where they knew there was a boat coming in. They went after the boat. At the end of the day, excessive force was used, in my opinion. But still to this day, they are not patrolling our shores. So I'm saying to you that when you sum up the Coast Guard, it is unfair for these fellas actually, because they have not been given the resources by this government. That's a fact. Let's go a bit further. We used to have up to 10 operational choppers. Air Guard. Right now, the Air Guard, the actual official Air Guard in Piarco, does not even have 1 operational chopper. And of the 2 fixed wings planes that they have, they only have 1 that's operational, 1 being repaired. So the Air Guard have no choppers. There is 2 choppers, and I'm not sure if the second one working still, but there's 2 choppers that the actual government has access to should they need a chopper for national security.
Here is a question. This is a great question from Lana.
Yeah.
How many illegal immigrants came from Venezuela and never got shot at? Why only this boat of Venezuelan got shot at?
Well, boy, that is a brilliant question as well. And I am dumbfounded because I think the rest of the nation also has that exact same question. That this is a lady that sent that. I just want to say,
Yeah.
She asked a very pertinent question. How come?
You know, we
How did this happen all of a sudden?
That's why we involve people in the chat, you know, because it was asked very.
No, but the question is a good one, because it really makes us wonder, why is it that nothing ever happened before? Well, let me tell you, I could venture a guess, right? I could venture a guess, because the majority of Venezuelans that came into this country never had the misfortune of running into a Coast Guard boat. They just sail straight into Trinidad and walk off on our shores. You see, Wall Street.
We saw some that came in straight in front of the Coast Guard and nothing done to it. We saw some.
Wall
I saw a video.
Wall Street. I used to go down in Chagaramas, right? When I was one that was very active on this whole illegal immigrant thing, and I used to go down in Chagaramas and go and watch these boats coming in and so on to see what was happening. And you know, Wall Street, many of them, right, that were coming in through the Chagaramas area were coming from, I think it was from what do you call it, from oh god, oh god, I'm forgetting the name of the town now, right? But off at that point, which is near to Chagaramas, these fishing boats were bringing in fish.
Small boats area?
Yeah. Huh?
Is it small boats?
Gueria, right? So Gueria, many of these fishing boats were coming across with fish to deliver to the packers in Chagaramas. But they were coming with illegal immigrants on the boat as well. I told you it was $300 one way. And they were just hopping off into Chagaramas and walking into the country. So there was no interaction with Coast Guard at that point. When I started to make a certain noise, and I started to get it on TV6 News and all these things, all of a sudden, the riverine unit, the TTPS riverine unit, started to pull over some of the Venezuelan fishing boats and would, you know, checking to see who was on it, etc. But by and large, for years, and more so in the last 5 years, these boats were just...
That is because the riverine unit was that because of Gary Griffith's intervention.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I don't want to rile up Wall Street now because
I am afraid to throw that on him.
He mentioned Gary name, he does get all warm and fuzzy inside. I want to rile him up right
now. No, I don't mind throwing that on him.
But I know it's a Tobago love he have for Gary, yeah, but it's all right. It's a Tobago love. But then you have the Southland. Then you have the Southland, down in Carcass, right? Cedrus, them areas down so. Where there was another set of boats coming in through there, right? Now you don't have fuel to launch your boat from Tetron. You have fuel to go down there and patrol along there. Those boats were coming in freely. And then guess, and here's this. When these enter the country, right? And when the TTPS, the Trinidad Police Service, if they had held them on the land or on the beach or whatnot, they were taken into custody. Now there was no immigration center, illegal immigrant center in the Southland of Trinidad and Tobago. The immigration centers are situated in the east of Trinidad and situated down in Chagaramas in the heliport. Those are the two areas where they officially hold illegal immigrants. In the south of Trinidad, there was no detention center for illegal immigrants. So when the police were holding them, they were taking them into the police stations. And we saw videos of about 60 of them being held in a forest in the Southland. And they were then wheeled away to a police station. Now, when they come to the police station, they're interacting with the police who don't have the PPE equipment to protect them from COVID-19. They were being put in cells around citizens who incarcerated, spreading COVID. And then after that, like somebody sleeping on the thing, boy.
Yeah, boy, like somebody going to sleep on the thing, boy. Hold on. All right. Go ahead. I'll wake them up.
Yeah. and then if immigration did not come to the police station in the Southland to pick up these immigrants and take them to the detention center, they were given what you call they were given a document, a letter. I forget the name of it now. They were given a particular letter which gave them a period of time to come into Trinidad, and they had to report to immigration. And then they were being put on the streets. And then they were being put on the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. From the police station to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago.
So, Senator Lyder,
it's called a certificate of...
Here's the last thing before you go. Someone says, if Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar can call the Coast Guard criminal, what's wrong with Rowley saying that the Venezuelan women are hoes? Isn't that true?
Well, he is taking an entire population of women, from Venezuela, and categorizing them as one type of person. So every Venezuelan woman that is in this country is a hoe. That's sad. Nah, boy.
So, Senator, I want to leave it right there.
Kamala Persad-Bissessar spoke specifically to the people that are on the boat. The Prime Minister is speaking you use the word broad brush, in broad brush terms, to classify Venezuelan women into a category.
But there is an opinion piece in the Express condemning both the Prime Minister and Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And I want you to come back because I think that piece was absolutely on the money. I think, and this is the first time I believe that the Express condemned both the Prime Minister and the opposition leader on the same issue in one article. That was an opinion piece by the Express. I don't know if you see it, but you should look at it. I think that was a fantastic piece.
Yeah. Huh? And you know something?
Yeah.
I always say this, Ansley. We in the opposition, we are not asking for the newspaper to take the side of UNC. We're not doing that. We are asking the media to be balanced. The media is allowed to be balanced. They can have opinions that will go against the UNC. They can have opinions that will go against the PNM. The main thing is media, which is our fourth estate, has a responsibility and a duty to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to be balanced. If something that the UNC does is not right or is frowned upon, it should be reported. If something that the PNM does, and we've seen a lot of that happening now, is done without the interest of the citizens of the country at heart, it should be equally accurately presented. And so therefore, if you're telling me that the Express has been balanced, I am saying, thank God Almighty. If that has happened, and I'm saying to you that I only hope that it's not a one-time situation where the Express is balanced and that the Express is prepared to be balanced on all issues.
But Senator Lyder,
when we see decisions being made by this government to gut legislation, when we see decisions by this government to cut funding in areas such as GATE, education, in national security.
But Senator, you know you're good at pivoting, you know. You're very good, you know, at pivoting.
No, I'm being real. I'm being real.
I tell anybody Express article, and you pivot already and going into. But it's okay.
You tell me about an article that I haven't read. How can I comment on something I haven't read? You just say it to me.
But I'm bringing it to your attention.
Right, and therefore, guess what I will do? I'll go and read it, and maybe we could talk about it on the next show, right?
But listen,
but what I want to take away from what you said is that they knocked both sides. I haven't read the article, but you're saying to me they've knocked both sides. And I'm saying to you, that is where journalism should be. Journalism should be balanced. If there's an issue on any side, then there should be proper balance in the way in which media reports the issues of Trinidad and Tobago. Listen, no one is free of sin, right? Remember, it was Jesus Christ himself. He said, those who are free of sin cast the first stone.
Senator Lyder, I want to say thank you so very kindly for spending so much time with us in the village. It's always a pleasure when you come into the village, you know. people say, don't laugh at Senator Lyder, don't laugh at him. But no, I have to be honest. When you come in, we just have some heated debate that has been good. It's really good, and I appreciate that. You know what I mean? So any closing words before you go?
Well, as I will close the way I close every single time. I always enjoy coming to the village. I respect the fact that you will have listeners who may not agree with my opinion. And there may be many listeners who will agree with my opinion. And there are those who might agree with some things that I say and some things they will not agree with. We are all entitled to our opinions and to our own judgments. And that is the beauty, Wall Street, about living in a democracy. That is the beauty in living in a free country where we are given our constitutional right to have our own opinions, freedom of speech, our rights to property. And that is something that we must hold on to and guard dearly with our lives if we have to. We need to hold on to our freedom. Because Wall Street, you are PNM. We know that. You're drinking Balize juice. It's all right. I love you still.
No, they have a new and improved Balize juice, you know? New and improved.
I know. It have all your real high strong boy. God, it have all your high strong. They have my darling half Bajan, half Trini woman. When I listened to her, I heard her a few days ago. I tuned in. I saw Gary posted. I tuned in and I saw her passion for the people of Beetham Gardens and the fact that she said enough was enough. Rowley, if you cannot fix it, step down. Diane, I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. But you are very balanced lady. And I listen to my brother Gary. And I know my brother Gary have his opinion. And that is what I love about the village. That we can come together in the village, regardless of our political affiliation, regardless of our race, our religion, although the whole race thing get hot tonight. But regardless of and most of all, regardless of our political affiliation. And we can all have a healthy debate and we can all leave this call with peace and harmony, because that is exactly how I intend to leave here today, with peace and harmony with all of my family in the village. It is always a pleasure to be with you all. I always look forward to it. I could not think of a better way other than being with my wife who's now gone to sleep. But I cannot think of a better way to spend a Saturday evening with such good people who spend day on fighting through the media to save our country. And I want to put it to you all. You all are doing great service by having this program. You all are having great service by having various people of all persuasions come onto the program to speak. And I want to encourage you all to continue doing so. Love in the house.
Thank you very much, Senator Lyder. It's a pleasure, man.
All right, man. Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care.
All the best.
All right.
All right, brother. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, boy. Hey, Tommy fall asleep on video, boy. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard him. I heard his comments.
Tommy pelt out some snowing comments there, boy. Nadia, Ulrich, Haley, and Darrow. Put closing comments in the chat. Lana, Nadia, Ulrich, Haley, and Darrow. Put closing comments in the chat. Put closing comments. Hey, Gary. Your mic muted. So all they're talking about, I don't like Gigi and what? Not Kate talking about all kind of thing with respect to Gigi. All this I do. But listen, so all they, you know what I was saying too? Dwayne O'Connor don't like Gigi neither. Neither does Devon C don't like Gigi. Even though them fellas don't write the calypso, somebody write it for them, and all them fellas do is sing it. Them don't like Gigi either. Right? All right. Nadia already have a comment. All right. Thank you, Nadia. Hey, somebody was to put a song in. Somebody put a song in. All of Me by John Legend. Let me see if I could play that song. I feel that song. Let me try it and see. All of Me by John Legend. Gary.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm here.
Yeah. Oh man, when you come into the village, man, we just get heated. Oh God. There's all one love, man. It's all one love still. You know what I mean? John Legend, All of Me. John Legend, All of Me. Let me see this.
Your song?
Huh?
We're listening to your song?
Yeah, hey, that song have 66 million. Let me see here. 66 million views. That song definitely copyrighted. I don't even have to think twice about that one. Let me see. Yeah, that's a song for them on Valentine's. Let me see. Yep. Whoever sang it, that song is copyrighted. That song has 66 million views, buddy. Thank you, Nadia. Nadia, did you put your closing comment in the chat? Okay. Lana, I saw your closing comments. Let me see who else. Oh, Sharon. I don't know if Sharon left already. Sharon, could you put closing comments if you're still there, Sharon, please, before you go? Darrow, instead of talking to everyone, put in closing comments now. All right, I think this is Nadia's closing comment. So let me go again. Lana, Nadia, Ulrich, Haley, and Darrow, please put what? Darrow, what? Pelt a stone if you qualify. Pelt a stone for what, Darrow? Or put closing comments in the chat. All right, David, I will check it out when you send me. Thank you very much. Folks, the WhatsApp group is up and going. If you want to be part of the WhatsApp group, send your number to, I'll put it in the chat. The WhatsApp group is up and going. And for people who may not have been here last time, I actually sent you a message to find out if you want to be part of the WhatsApp group. I'm sending the WhatsApp number again. The WhatsApp number is in the chat. Send your number to that number and just let me know you want to be included in the WhatsApp group and I'll add you to the WhatsApp group. Cool? Good? All right, let me see who else. All right. Gary?
Yeah, I'm here. Just...
Hold up. So, as we go, my closing comment is the ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by bad people, but by the silence over that by good people. Martin Luther King, the ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by good people. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I would like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Gary, closing comments?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Senator Damian for joining us and everyone in the chat, in our listening audience, and look forward to when we meet again to continue this healthy discussion. Giving everyone the opportunity to bring their opinion and views, and within the forum here. So with that, I will say good night.
And let me say a special hello to one of my mentors, Mrs. Joan Yule Williams. Thank you for joining us here in the village. A special welcome to you. Miss Williams, what song is that, Miss Williams? Love this song. It's John Legend. It's a beautiful song, but we can't play it. I'd like to say a special welcome to Miss Joan Yule Williams, a person that I respect very, very much as well. Or Joan, not Joan Yule Williams, Joan Jadube. Before you go, put closing comments in the chat as well. Hey, who sent this song? Somebody sent this song, John Legend song. That have copyright. Or give me some song that we could play now, man. Give me a Trinidad love song. Fish stick, you going by? Yeah, okay. Fish stick by take his cell phone. But wait now. You know who I see tonight? My partner Ellis boy, the man wife take his laptop again. Gary. Hey, Fish stick. You know if I play that song will have copyright. Paul Anka, come on, man.
And so not everybody, wife just be the boss like yours.
Your mic low.
Wife take away. Like I said, in my house, I the boss. My wife can't take away nothing from me.
All right, if you say so, birds. All right.
All she can do is take away herself. Oh Lord.
Hey. Joan closing comments is drink water and my. All right, guys. Let me read these closing comments here. Nuts cake. We was trying to get a song for the ladies, man. What take bamboo girl? Nuts cake want. Nuts cake want play take bamboo girl for instance. Nuts cake all ain't easy, you know. Joan Jadubia closing comment is drink water and mind your business. Right?
Take bamboo for instance.
Yeah. Fish stick say not fish stick. Semper Fi to Dave Sabat. Nuts cake say play take bamboo girl for instance. Nuts cake all wicked, you know. All not nice, man. All not nice, not nice. All right, this is highly closing comments. Killing a baby in the name of the law, is that justice, Trinidad and Tobago? If it is, then expect the same for yourself. So Highly, you want the Venezuelans to kill Coast Guard, right? Is that what you're saying? I know that.
I don't think they're saying that, man. I don't think he or she is saying that.
Highly saying that. You don't think he's saying that?
Yeah, I don't think they're saying that.
All right, okay.
I agree that it was unjustified shooting. I mean, if they was fired upon and they fired back is something else. But
no, that was.
I mean, I'm in the security industry, and I mean, you're supposed to, you try to use the least amount of force and intercept. If you kill somebody there, even if you're doing it in a line of duty where it became necessary, it's still not something good. You're supposed to try and do it to the best of your ability without having to kill somebody. You know, so I do have an issue with the way the things were done. They could have been intercepted, and no shots was necessary there.
Fistic says, good night, everyone. People say I don't act like my age, but I haven't been this age before. All right, Fistic. Miss Williams says, a nice debate, Ansem. Fist, Nutskick say.
But Ansem, I'm telling you, Aisha
Wait,
was spin this thing
minute.
into something it shouldn't be, eh?
Say that again?
I said Aisha will spin this thing in something it shouldn't be. You know, but we go carry on this in the next day. I want to drag
Yeah. I will bring Aisha Wells in. Good show.
Yeah, listen to the show. All of them, you know, it was they made it a race thing, and that wasn't necessary at all.
No, some of the comments I didn't agree with. I absolutely didn't agree with. Good show as always. Sharon Bernard said, good show as usual. I just want peace for Trinidad and Tobago. Full 100. Full 100. David Sampat says, say no to dictatorship. Take a stand against dictatorship in Trinidad and Tobago. Fight for your freedom and rights. Lana says, bless good night to all. Tonight we going in the cow pen to hold a fight. Who win go get to take off their mask, and if you lost, you can't play mask. Okay. Or let's say put comments in here. Me see all the comment, you know. Or look must put comments yesterday. Let me see. Comment. Daro says comment can't help this forsaken country walls. No, comments are good, man. Oh, here we go, Ulrich. Facts will always be facts. Lies will always be lies. Which of the two do you prefer? The choice is yours. Thank you, Ulrich. All right, David, I see what you said there. Lana says, closing comments, drink water by the bamboo and mind your business. Love you all till we meet again. Stay safe. Sharon says, good night. People be safe out there and take care of yourself and your family. Nadia says,
Gary
good
said
night.
he gonna drink punching and mind TNT business.
Who said that?
I said Gary said he gonna drink punching and mind TNT business until we get it fixed.
Okay. Blessed and safe night to everyone till we meet again in the village. Nadia. All right, so I ain't got no song, so I'll go look for a song.
Well, play back the same song you was playing before. I will
Which
tell
one
you.
is that?
The one that you play for me.
Which one was that?
The Chinese man and the Indian man there.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so Miss Joan Williams said attempting to intercept the boat and a baby was accidentally killed. Please shorty
accidentally killed. There was no need for any shots. There was no need for shots. Whether it's here in the United States, or, you know, I mean, we've seen police officers and law enforcement officers doing things they're unwarranted.
Charlene Davis, stealing love on the side. Yeah, boy, I like that one. Let me see if that one is copyright. I like that one. That's a good one. Stealing love on the side. That's a good one for Valentine's Day, boy. Charlene Davis, stealing love on the side. Let me see if that one have any copyrights in it. I'm gonna take out these. Yeah, folks. You know, I want to say to you guys that Charlene stealing love on the side. When we come into the village, stealing love on the side. We here, we have some heated debate, stealing love on the side.
You watch it top of the hour thing, eh?
Yeah, watching that too, yeah. Stealing love, Charlene Davis. Hold on. Let me see if that have any copyrights on it. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a quick top of the hour and then we go come back with this here. Once we have no copyright on it. Oh God, I think that one have on it. Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, that have copyright on it, folks. Let me go to Shorty. What is the next one? Charlene Davis have copyrights on it, David.
You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yeah. Okay, let me try. I play the thing from the studio here. Let me play. You know, I think this Shorty Money No Problem might have copyright too. You know, it's interesting. I would like YouTube to have like have where you can pay like for the station, right? You pay songs and you don't get any copyright infringement. Okay, here we go. Let me see if this one will come up. Okay. Yeah, boy, we run real late tonight, boy. Show this one. Oh, that have copyright too, boy. Hey, let me just play this song for Gary, yeah? That all them songs them have copyright. Shorty Money No Problem. All right, let me play this song for Gary. All of this is dedicated to Gary. Gary, boy. Gary love this song, boy. Gary, you never heard that song before?
I don't recall hearing that one. I saw the guy before, but in a few songs, but I didn't remember hearing that one.
Yeah, but you fall in love with this song, boy. Let me go here.
Don't kill yourself now. We'll do it next
No,
time.
no. I'll get it. It's right here, man. I have to kill myself. It's right here, man. Right here.
Let me see what I need here.
Of course, folks. Again, if you want to join the WZYE in the Village WhatsApp group, just send your there we go. Send your number to 973-868-1444. 973-868-1444. Right, and we will get you in the WhatsApp.
I'm going to sign on. I'll catch you later.
All right, no problem. All right.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, take care. So, folks, this is for Gary. Yeah, Gary say he love this song too bad. I don't know why Gary like this song.
Mr. Kawe, why should everybody support you as the next political leader of the PNM and by extension the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? Hold on, boss. Hold on. You could talk English?
Yes. Everything is being camera. The PM is not doing nothing for this country. All the schools not completed. Look at the potholes. Look at crime situation. Vote for me, Kawe, for a better country.
This is a song about a man named Kawe from way down in South. This fella called Kawe from way down in South. Kawe is a fella the people talking about. Now he joined the PNM, they love him all the way. But all them in the PNM supporting Kawe. Rowley for Kawe, different for Kawe, struck for Kawe, fire for Kawe. Listen what I say, the whole of the PNM for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo. Hey. Hey, go. Kawe's the real man. Kawe have a plan with foresight and dedication to uplift the nation. Everybody calling him by name, and all them in the PNM writing him for fame. Camille for Kawe, Paula for Kawe, Shafa for Kawe, Mali for Kawe. Listen to what I say. The whole PNM men league for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Hey. People up in the beat, all them love Kawe bad. They wouldn't wet to make water and run them out of the yard. People up in Lavanti, they want a new MP. And Kawe's the man, nobody better than he. Fitzgerald for Kawe, Franklin for Kawe, Dylan for Kawe, Coffee for Kawe. Listen to what I say. PNM executive for Kawe, for Kawe, for Kawe. Yes, for Kawe. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Whee! Why, boy? Whee! Even the 1%, all them fuck away. All them better to vote him on the election day. I will tell you something that will make you ball. Even Mr. Sakmarat fuck away and all. Rohan fuck away, Terrence fuck away, Clarence fuck away, Cassia fuck away. Listen to what I say. The whole PNM Youth League fuck away, fuck away, fuck away. Yes, fuck away. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Stop away. Stop away.
Forget who give out your numbers, boy. Time to fix the problems in the country. We're fed up.
I am Nirmal, reporting for Massive Go Signs Daily News.